Chapter 1227. As he approached the palace, Zhao Feng sensed the boundless five elements intent surging through the world. However, the intent energy here was of such a high level that even Zhao Feng, who cultivated five elements intent, found it difficult to affect it in the slightest. If he cultivated near this palace, Zhao Feng's five elements intent would definitely advance at a godly pace, and it would also be of great benefit to his five elemental wind lightning technique. No wonder the Yao spirits here have such a high level of intent. Zhao Feng sighed in amazement. Even the stupidest person would be able to strengthen their intent energy if they stayed here for too long. This should be the cultivation ground of the five elements God Lord. The entire palace is formed from intent energy mixed with divine power. Zhao Feng found it impossible to imagine just how much a God Lord's understanding of intent had reached. Whoosh! Zhao Feng entered the palace through one of the entrances. The moment he entered the palace, Zhao Feng sensed that the intent energy in the air was so thick that it almost formed a sea of intent. Who is it? Several people within the palace called out in unison. The Yao gods outside the palace had been pushed back by their three teams and true god Dark Thief, so they should have been the ones to split the spoils. Thus, they all rejected the people who had entered later. It's you! Quasi-god Zi Feng couldn't help but smile as he looked disdainfully at Zhao Feng. On the side, quasi-god Tian Shui's eyes brightened. This brat. True god Dark Thief's expression darkened, his eyes turning extremely gloomy. Zhao Feng had threatened him before. Although it had no effect on him, he was a mighty rank 5 true god, so how could he be threatened by an ordinary quasi-god? For this reason, true god Dark Thief wanted to kill Zhao Feng. Brat, this place was taken by us. Get out. Quasi-god Zi Feng coldly barked, his aura oppressive. At the Gulong martial gathering, he wanted to humiliate Zhao Feng to vent quasi-god Tian Shui's anger. However, the strength shown by Zhao Feng was too strong. Without sending out the people on the quasi-god list, it was impossible to defeat Zhao Feng. For this reason, quasi-god Zi Feng decided to let Zhao Feng off for the time being. But he didn't expect to meet Zhao Feng here. Here he had nothing to fear, and he also had a reason to attack Zhao Feng. Most importantly, quasi-god Tian Shui was also at his side. This is a place of great treasures. Everyone who sees it has a share. Why do you have to be so ruthless? Could it be that you can block all the teams outside? Zhao Feng said gently. Just now he had been hiding in the dark and had indeed taken advantage of these people. I told you to get lost. Quasi-god Zi Feng raised an eyebrow, his eyes seething with killing intent. Zhao Feng's heart sank. He could sense killing intent from quasi-god Zi Feng's body. Quasi-god Zi Feng wanted to kill Zhao Feng only because Zhao Feng had once made quasi-god Tian Shui happy, and Zhao Feng didn't have the strength, so he could kill him if he wanted to. On the side, quasi-god Tian Shui and quasi-god Gui Yi's teams remained silent. They naturally didn't want anyone else to touch the treasures here, but Zhao Feng was right. They couldn't block everyone outside. On the other hand, true god Dark Thief seemed unconcerned. He also wanted to kill Zhao Feng, and now that quasi-god Zi Feng was helping him, true god Dark Thief naturally didn't mind. But at this moment, a voice resounded in true god Dark Thief's mind. True god Dark Thief, true god, aren't we working together? It's time for you to move. True god Dark Thief was stunned. Zhao Feng was actually sending him a message at a time like this? Working together? How laughable. Now that the 5 elements array had been broken early, how could the two of them still be working together? If I leave this place, I'll tell them everything. I'll tell them that you are the one who discovered this palace, and that you know where the most precious treasure is hidden. Zhao Feng sent another message. This brat, true god Dark Thief, was frozen to the spot, his body trembling. If it were anyone else, even if Xiao Feng said this, no one would believe him. But true God Dark Thief was different. Once Xiao Feng revealed this information, the other 3 teams would definitely suspect him and might even work together to expel him. True God Dark Thief felt rather helpless. He had actually been threatened by Xiao Feng once more. Haha, he's just an ordinary quasi-god, but quasi-god Zifeng cares so much about him. Could it be that you're afraid that he'll steal away the treasures here, or the woman of your heart? True God Dark Thief stepped forward, a wicked smile on his face, and then he flew into the palace. You! Quasi-god Zifeng was dumbfounded. He hadn't expected for true God Dark Thief to suddenly interfere. However, quasi-god Zifeng truly did want to kill Xiao Feng because of quasi-god Tian Shui. On the side, quasi-god Tian Shui's eyes flickered with emotion. Let's go. We can't let true God Dark Thief get ahead of us. Quasi-god Tian Shui and her team left. Quasi-god Gui had no relationship with Xiao Feng, so he naturally had no need to target Xiao Feng. He also went to explore this place. Brat, I'll let you go this time. With these words, quasi-god Zifeng left with his team members. After all, this 5-colored crystalline palace was probably the place with the greatest fortune. The others had already begun to move, so Violet Night Hall naturally couldn't delay for the sake of Xiao Feng. Once everyone was gone, Xiao Feng used his left eye to inspect the palace. Now that he was inside the palace, the see-through ability of Xiao Feng's left eye was somewhat useful. The entire palace is constructed from crystals infused with intent energy, and the crystals here are even more valuable than the ones I obtained from killing the Yao gods. Xiao Feng's left eye flashed with a faint golden light as he scanned his surroundings. To them, this entire palace was a huge treasure trove. However, the structure of the palace was extremely sturdy. Just a few quasi-gods and true gods would find it extremely difficult to chisel out a few intent crystals from the walls. Xiao Feng focused his eyes on the ground. He had discovered that there were apparently array inscriptions beneath the palace. But even with the see-through ability of Xiao Feng's golden eye, he still couldn't see through the array hidden beneath the palace. In addition, Xiao Feng also couldn't understand why the 5 elements God Lord had hidden an array beneath his seclusion grounds. Xiao Feng didn't continue to think about it. After all, he had come here for the sake of profit. Whoosh! The hall in which Xiao Feng resided was empty, so he flew toward the other rooms. However, these rooms were still extremely empty and ordinary. Other than a few pieces of furniture, there was nothing else. But these pieces of furniture were also formed from intent crystals and were connected to the hall, so they could not be moved. But at this moment, the sound of battle entered Xiao Feng's ears. Whoosh! Xiao Feng flew toward the source of the sound. My Violet Night Hall saw it first. The true god expert of Violet Night Hall bellowed. But on the other side, quasi-god Guiyi's team was working with true god Dark Thief, completely unafraid of Violet Night Hall. What's this? Xiao Feng's eyes were fixed on the items the 2 sides were fighting over. It was a few translucent crystal beads that flickered with a translucent brilliance. They exuded extremely dense yuan qi of heaven and earth and powerful ripples of divine power. These are high-quality god crystals at the very least. Xiao Feng's mind trembled. In the ancient desolate realm of gods, supreme-quality god crystals were far too rare, so high-quality god crystals were essentially the highest form of currency. However, Xiao Feng did not lack god crystals, so there was no need for him to fight with Violet Night Hall and true god Dark Thief over a few high-quality god crystals. Whoosh! Xiao Feng left the area and headed elsewhere. It's quasi-god Tian Shui's team. Xiao Feng saw quasi-god Tian Shui's team standing in a daze in a certain secret manual. Zhao Feng sensed that this secret hall exuded the densest intent energy. This is... The moment he stepped into this secret hall, Zhao Feng was struck dumb. This secret hall was surrounded by 3 huge murals, and on the murals, 5 colored lights flickered. If one looked carefully, they would gradually make out words and images of divine power circulating within them. Techniques and combat skills. Zhao Feng was flabbergasted. Zhao Feng even wondered if the techniques and combat skills hidden in these murals were cultivated by the 5 elements God Lord. However, there was simply too much information in these techniques and combat skills. Even with Zhao Feng's left eye, he would find it difficult to memorize any one of them in a short amount of time. One person in quasi-god Tian Shui's team had been staring at one of the murals this entire time, doing his utmost to memorize the information within. The rest of them were inspecting the other objects in this place. This secret hall is rather special. There are even techniques and combat skills of unknown rank. This secret hall is probably where the 5 elements God, Lord, cultivated in seclusion. Zhao Feng was instantly alarmed, and his eyes began to shine as he examined his surroundings. Besides the floating characters, the most eye-catching thing was the massive statue up ahead and the words carved into a stone pillar. Everything here is left to the fated. These words were ancient and forceful, and they also seemed to contain some sort of profound Tao that made Zhao Feng's mind sink so deeply into them that he found it impossible to extricate himself. However, Zhao Feng's mind was extremely firm, and he quickly broke free from these words. Zhao Feng bitterly smiled. To them, this place was a land of precious treasures, but the person who had left behind these words didn't seem to care about it at all. In addition, although that expert had said that everything here was left to the fated, the structure of this crystal palace was far too sturdy. However, the structure of this crystal palace was too sturdy, and the profound crystals on it could not be removed at all. This wine cup can be taken away. A true god in quasi-god Tian Shui's team called out in alarm. In a flash, everyone in quasi-god Tian Shui's team began to gather around the wine cup. This wine cup had a rather weak connection to the hall, so it truly was possible to take it away. Next to the wine cup was a wine flask, but there was nothing in it. Use the power of intent to shake this wine cup. The entire team prepared to take the 5-colored wine cup. The intent crystals that formed the 5-colored wine cup were of an extremely high level and were extremely useful to anyone below the ancient god level. At this moment, quasi-god Gue Yi and Zifeng's team, as well as true god Dark Thief, arrived. This mural seems to contain some sort of powerful combat skill. A quasi-god genius said, his mind immersed in the mural. This statue is definitely hiding something. Several true gods approached the statue and began to carefully examine it. True god Dark Thief's eyes brightened as he examined every inch of the hall as if searching for something. A prayer mat? The 5 elements God, Lord, cultivated on this. Zhao Feng's gaze fell on the 3 prayer mats in front of the enormous statue. If the 5 elements God, Lord, cultivated on this, then this prayer mat should also have something unusual about it. Bzzz. A faint golden luster appeared in Zhao Feng's left eye as he examined the prayer mat formed from intent crystals. This place seems to be connected to the core of the array underground. Although Zhao Feng couldn't see or understand the array hidden underground, he could still roughly determine the location of the core. Curious, Zhao Feng walked to the prayer mat in the center and sat down. Chapter 1228. Quasi-god Lin Guang was enraged. Zhao Feng dared to tell him to scram. As Zhao Feng continued to refine the 5-colored ball of light, more and more experts began to gather in the palace. But many of them only glanced at Zhao Feng and then ignored him. At the same time, Zhao Feng's left eye began to gather astonishing eye intent. 50% had been refined. At this point, even Zhao Feng would find it very difficult to give up. Zhao Feng might have the strength to rank on the quasi-god ranking, but he couldn't have reduced quasi-god Lin Guang to this state with a single move. Just a moment ago, quasi-god Lin Guang had clearly been pressuring Zhao Feng, but suddenly quasi-god Lin Guang began to scream. Zhao Feng was rather confused. Moreover, he was skilled in 5 elements intent, so this was the best place for him to cultivate. At this moment, Zhao Feng's left eye suddenly exploded with tribulation lightning. "What did you say?" In addition, Zhao Feng realized that his divine sense had already extended very far through the prayer mats. In addition, everyone who came to this place was thinking of ways to dig up treasures. Very few people would waste time cultivating here. For this reason, quasi-god Lin Guang had come to make trouble for Zhao Feng. This place was not bound by the martial gathering, so he could find any reason to cause trouble for Zhao Feng. Moreover, once he completely refined this palace, it wouldn't be difficult to obtain some benefits from it. Not long after, the last of the 3 prayer mats was taken by a rank 4 true god. Ho Qing stared in shock at this sight. If this really was the case, then as long as Zhao Feng completely refined the 5-colored ball of light, wouldn't he be in control of the entire palace? 50% has been refined. This is... They had already searched the entire place but hadn't found anything. After all, they had come rather late. Quasi-god Lin Guang's eyes flashed with cold light. Ignore him for now and focus on searching for treasures. A few moments later, quasi-god Lin Guang recovered and stared in fear at Zhao Feng. For a moment, he didn't dare to attack. Overjoyed, Zhao Feng continued to refine it. Quasi-god Zifeng, quasi-god Tianshui, and a few others were rather surprised to see that Zhao Feng had been sitting on the prayer mat for so long. At this moment, Zhao Feng felt like his soul was on the verge of collapse, and his face contorted in struggle. If I can refine it, I can probably put it into my interspatial dimension. This 5-colored crystal ball was very different from the rhombus of the palace. At this moment, quasi-god Gue walked over to the prayer mat next to Zhao Feng and sat down. A twisted and blazing tribulation lightning brand exploded in quasi-god Lin Guang's soul. "Golden-haired brat, get out of the way. I've taken a fancy to this praying mat." Quite a few people looked at Zhao Feng with schadenfreude. Quasi-god Zifeng sneered. Quasi-god Gue planned to cultivate here for a while to strengthen his intent so that he could obtain an even better ranking in the quasi-god ranking battles. Zhao Feng looked a little embarrassed. The sudden power of the 5 elements almost caused him to faint. Caught off guard, quasi-god Lin Guang's soul was bombarded by lightning, and a heart-rending pain engulfed his mind. "Oh, you were actually hiding your strength earlier? That was close. The special array formation on the praying mat has already lost its effect. That suction force that gathers the energy of heaven and earth is purely the praying mat's own effect. Power of thunder, tribulation. If Zhao Feng could obtain it without batting an eyelid, he would be satisfied. Then he would retreat and continue on his way. For example, in the secret hall that Zhao Feng was in, there were nearly 6 people sitting cross-legged, comprehending the cultivation methods and battle skills in the murals. This place was no exception. That praying mat was definitely able to gather the divine power and profound meanings from the surroundings. Could it be that this 5-colored light ball is the core of the entire 5-colored crystal palace? Boom! They all knew that there was a big conflict between Zhao Feng and the Sky Water Monstrous clan. Good. I've refined 40% of it. A few moments later, Zhao Feng discovered that his 5 elements intent had been consolidated, and his foundation had become even firmer. At the start, the refinement process was extremely slow, but after refining just a sliver, the process would accelerate. Even so, in this palace, Zhao Feng still needed to use all his strength to deal with the effects of the praying mat. Zhao Feng muttered, "Scram, that brat's fine. He's still cultivating on the praying mat. Quasi-god Lin Guang suddenly bellowed, even using his sole intent to attack Zhao Feng's mind. What's wrong with that brat? While cultivating in the outside world, Zhao Feng did his utmost to devour the energy of the world and use it for himself. But now, Zhao Feng needed to do his utmost to resist this energy and slowly absorb it. Just what is this? If the cultivation array on the praying mat was still effective, Zhao Feng would have already been crushed to death by the violent energy. The strongest prodigy of the sky-water monstrous race, 17th on the quasi-god ranking, quasi-god Lin Guang, had been reduced to such a sorry state by a single eye bloodline technique from Zhao Feng. At this moment, another team had arrived at this secluded hall. As Zhao Feng sat on the 5-colored praying mat, he immediately sensed the terrifying 5 elements intent of the entire palace rumbling toward him. This time, Zhao Feng had completely come into contact with this object. Zhao Feng was flabbergasted, but Zhao Feng's mind was still focused on the praying mat, not on cultivating. Cold sweat beaded on Zhao Feng's forehead as fear lingered in his heart. This time, Zhao Feng hadn't encountered any major danger, but he hadn't encountered any major fortuitous encounter either. After all, Zhao Feng was the only one who had discovered this suspicious point. Perhaps it was also a treasure. No one knew how powerful the master of this palace was. For a mere quasi-god to sit on a praying mat and cultivate was no different from seeking death. One had to realize that ordinary quasi-gods and true gods would find it extremely difficult to even penetrate the walls formed from intent crystals. Zhao Feng was even more confused. When he thought of this, Zhao Feng's heart began to thump and his breathing became ragged. Zhao Feng then focused all his attention on refining the 5-colored ball of light. What's going on? At this moment, Zhao Feng's mind suddenly trembled. How could this be? Even if Zhao Feng had hidden his strength, he still wouldn't be able to withstand a single blow. However, Zhao Feng hadn't come to cultivate in the first place. He was just curious as to why the core of the underground array was so close to these 3 praying mats. Zhao Feng circulated his divine power to resist the oppressive energy. At the same time, he released his divine sense to explore the praying mats. Not even Zhao Feng, who was focused on refining the 5-colored ball of light, noticed this. Zhao Feng's strange behavior naturally attracted the attention of others. But at this moment, Zhao Feng's divine sense could extend through the palace to other places. A shocking thought suddenly appeared in Zhao Feng's mind. Boom! Zhao Feng's heart skipped a beat. After a long time, the intent energy around Zhao Feng was no longer as berserk. Instead, it obediently hovered around Zhao Feng, allowing him to absorb it. Although this was a great opportunity, he didn't really want to obtain it. Kill him. Boundless heaven-earth yuan qi and surging intent energy gathered toward Zhao Feng. There seems to be something in the crystal floor beneath the praying mat. The thought of this made Zhao Feng even more interested. At this moment, quasi-god Lin Guang of the Skywater Yao race arrived in front of Zhao Feng, a playful smile on his face. After taking in a deep breath, Zhao Feng focused his mind and sent his divine sense downward. The divine senses of ordinary quasi-gods and true gods were incapable of penetrating the other walls of the palace. When he refined 50% of the 5-colored ball of light, Zhao Feng realized that his divine sense could freely roam through the ball of light and observe the situation in certain parts of the palace. At this moment, a rank 5 true god of the Skywater Yao race arrived at quasi-god Lin Guang's side. Ordinary cultivation grounds would have a special array formation that gathered the heaven-earth yuan qi. If this is the case, I'll definitely become the target of everyone. With my strength, I won't be able to protect this crystal palace. Previously, the faction that he was in had already thoroughly explored this place and had obtained quite a bit of harvest. Time slowly passed, and more people arrived at this transparent palace. Quasi-god Gue muttered. Compared to the true treasures of this place, Zhao Feng's matter was insignificant. The sky water, Yao Race's Ho Qing immediately noticed Zhao Feng. This doesn't seem to be an intent crystal. Although Zhao Feng couldn't determine what this five-colored ball of light was, it was definitely not an ordinary object. This left Zhao Feng extremely surprised. This was because the divine senses of ordinary quasi-gods and true gods would find it very difficult to penetrate the other parts of the palace. I can use my divine sense and 5 elements, intent, to refine this 5-colored ball of light. Quasi-god Tian Shui's gaze rested on quasi-god Lin Guang's soul as she calmly said. In a corner of the secret hall, true god Dark Thief slightly opened his eyes before closing them again. Moreover, the disturbance caused by the intent energy in the palace was not small. It's that brat. In the end, Zhao Feng's divine sense was able to penetrate the praying mat rather easily. If he couldn't protect this palace, he could just hand it over to some major faction and seek their protection. This was not a bad deal. Things that could be refined were usually divine artifacts or special tools. After staying here for so long, Zhao Feng had learned from the other people that these special crystals were intent crystals. Quasi-god Zi Feng was rather surprised, but then a look of disdain appeared on his face. Zhao Feng mentally muttered to himself. His divine sense truly had sensed the existence of something special. I'll refine it first. At worst, I'll just abandon this palace. But quasi-god Gui, he was the strongest prodigy of a peak 4-star faction and had extraordinary resources, so he quickly recovered. I told you to leave. Didn't you hear me? Ha! That praying mat might be a place specially designed for cultivation. A normal person sitting on it wouldn't be able to endure the enormous intent energy in the palace. But Zhao Feng soon regained his senses. Although he didn't know what this 5-color ball was, he was sure that it was a treasure. He felt like he had touched upon the true fortune of this palace. The surrounding crowd instantly focused on quasi-god Lin Guang. Forget about everything else. Let's see what's hidden in the floor of this palace. What a powerful cultivation effect. I can cultivate all 5 elemental profoundness to the 2nd level here. Kaboom! More and more people will come to this palace, and it'll be even more difficult to get anything out of it. Was this his true strength? Had Zhao Feng been hiding his strength this entire time? There were also quite a few people around the massive statue, apparently searching for something. This brat truly isn't ordinary. This also meant that the 5 elements god, Lord, had done this on purpose. At this moment, Zhao Feng suddenly opened his eyes and bellowed a single word. Whoosh! 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 Quasi-god Lin Guang's face contorted into a savage roar. Chapter 1229. The surrounding experts were all stunned. Quasi-god Lin Guang had been intimidated by a single move from Zhao Feng and didn't dare to attack Zhao Feng. Instead, he had sent the rank 5 true god of the Sky Water Yao race. Seeing this scene, some of the people present felt a little indignant. The Sky Water monstrous race was too shameless. They actually sent the powerful true gods of the older generation to deal with the grudges of the younger generation. However, since they had no relationship with Zhao Feng, they would not offend the Sky Water demonic tribe for Zhao Feng. This kid is too savage. In the corner, true god Dark Thief wickedly laughed. There was also quasi-god Zi Feng. The corners of his lips perked up. He was also very happy to see this. You dare to injure the people of the Sky Water monstrous tribe. You must be tired of living. The rank 5 true god of the Skywater, Yao race, angrily glared at Zhao Feng. Zhao Feng indifferently glanced at the rank 5 true god. Right now, he was refining the core of the 5-colored crystal palace and could not be interrupted. In addition, Zhao Feng had already refined 50% of the 5-colored crystalline palace's core. He could now use a portion of the palace's power, so dealing with a rank 5 true god was not difficult. However, if Zhao Feng were to borrow the power of this palace, wouldn't everything be exposed? At that time, he would be surrounded and attacked by everyone here. No matter how strong Zhao Feng was, he would definitely die. The people of the Sky Water Demonic tribe are really shameless. Their younger generation is not as good as the others, but they sent an old monster that has lived for hundreds of thousands of years. At this moment, an old voice came from the entrance of the secret hall. The rank 5 true god of the Sky Water, Yao Race, frowned. He knew who it was just by hearing the voice. The Sky Haze race wants to interfere in this matter. The rank 5 true god of the Sky Water, Yao Race, snorted. First of all, I can't stand the way the Sky Water Monstrous tribe does things. Second, he is an honored guest of my Sky Haze tribe. If the Sky Water Monstrous tribe wants to hurt him, it means that they are hurting a member of my Sky Haze tribe. How can I just sit back and watch? The rank 5 true god of the Sky Haze race couldn't refute the old woman's words. Humph. The rank 5 true god of the Sky Water, Yao Race, coldly snorted and ignored Zhao Feng. As long as this brat leaves the Sky Haze race, I will kill him. The rank 5 true god of the Sky Water, Yao Race, messaged Quasi-God Lin Guang. Quasi-God Lin Guang had no choice but to let Zhao Feng go. Thank you, Zhao Feng said with a smile. The blue-haired old woman nodded and did not say anything. After all, the Sky Haze race had already decided to rope in Zhao Feng. This small matter was nothing. After that, the people from the Sky Haze race started to explore the secret hall. As for Zhao Feng, he continued to refine the core of the 5-colored crystal palace. At this moment, Quasi-God Gui on the other cushion gasped in surprise. Just a moment ago, his spiritual sense extended out through the praying mat and found an unknown object. What treasure is this? Quasi-God Gui was overjoyed. He had planned to cultivate here to increase his power Upanishad realm, but he didn't expect to find something unexpected. Quasi-God Gui began to slowly explore the 5-colored sphere. I can actually refine this object. Quasi-God Gui was extremely excited. Objects that could be refined were usually divine artifacts or special tools. Upon realizing this, Quasi-God Gui immediately began to refine the 5-colored sphere. But when Quasi-God Gui refined 10% of it, he suddenly felt an enormous resistance. There are others who are also refining this 5-colored light sphere. Quasi-God Gui's expression froze in shock. Based on the energy that was refining the sphere, Quasi-God Gui could already guess who the other person was refining the 5-colored sphere. On the centermost praying mat, Zhao Feng had also noticed this. It seems like the other 2 praying mats can also communicate with the core of the palace, but I've already refined 80% of this 5-colored sphere, while Quasi-God Gui has only refined 10%. Zhao Feng's expression darkened. He decided not to touch Quasi-God Gui's part for now, but to refine the remaining 10% as quickly as possible. Damn it, this person's refinement of the 5-colored light orb is way better than mine. Quasi-God Gui was rather worried and annoyed. At the start, when he knew that Zhao Feng was refining the 5-colored sphere, Quasi-God Gui had not paid much attention to it. This was because his 5 elements intent and soul intent were higher than Zhao Feng's, so he could refine it faster. But when he clashed with Zhao Feng's strength, he realized that he was simply no match for Zhao Feng. Boom! Bang! At that moment, an explosion came from the corner of the secret chamber as the ultimates in the palace surged up. What's going on? What happened? This massive explosion attracted the attention of almost everyone present. Deish! A gloomy streak of light flew across the ground and out of the secret chamber. That's true God Dark Thief. He must have obtained something. A rank 4 true god called out in alarm. True God Dark Thief was a famous thief and gravedigger, so he was extremely familiar with legacies, tombs, and secret dimensions. In the past, whenever true God Dark Thief appeared in a legacy or secret dimension, he would gain the most from it. After him, a powerful team immediately chased after them. Everyone knew that this secret hall was the place in the five-colored crystalline palace that was most likely to contain treasures. But even after searching for so long, only a few powerful factions had managed to obtain some benefits, such as Quasi-God Tian Shui's faction, Violet Night Hall's faction, and Quasi-God Gui's faction. The majority of the others were still in the middle of exploring or comprehending the techniques and combat skills in the murals. Now that true God Dark Thief seemed to have reaped a great harvest, they immediately changed their target to true God Dark Thief. Of course, those who had some understanding of true God Dark Thief did not care. True God Dark Thief was an extremely powerful existence even among rank 5 true gods, and he was especially skilled in shadow intent. He could come and go without a trace, and his escape techniques were extremely profound. Even an ordinary rank 6 true god would find it very difficult to catch him. There were 2 other people in the secret hall who didn't care about true God Dark Thief at all. These 2 were naturally Zhao Feng and Quasi-God Gui, who were in the middle of refining the 5-colored ball of light. Zhao Feng's refinement of the 5-colored ball of light had reached 90%. Not good, he's refined the rest of it. Quasi-God Gui mentally called out in alarm. He hadn't realized this at the start, but now he suddenly realized that there was no longer any place left for him to refine. If I fight with him, I'll lose for sure. Quasi-God Gui, he was forced to admit this point. This was the equivalent of a team of 10, with 9 people following Zhao Feng's orders, while Quasi-God Gui, he could only control 1 person. No matter how he fought, he would lose. Golden-haired brat, what treasure are you refining underground? Quasi-God Gui, he opened his eyes and bellowed. What, that golden-haired brat is refining a treasure? A quasi-god in the secret hall was flabbergasted. No wonder he never left that meditation cushion, and he didn't even intend to leave when I was about to attack him. So it turns out that he's refining a treasure. The eyes of the rank 5 true god of the sky water, Yao, race gleamed. At the same time, Quasi-God Gui messaged the people of his faction. Ignore that golden-haired brat. Do everything in your power to protect me. As long as the others went to deal with Zhao Feng would definitely not be able to continue refining the ball of light. At the same time, Quasi-God Gui messaged the experts of Violet Night Hall, requesting their help. After all, Violet Night Hall was one of the strongest factions here. With its help, Quasi-God Gui was much more confident that he would be the first to refine the 5-colored ball of light. Get out of my way! A rank 4 true god roared as he circulated his divine power and charged at Zhao Feng. Swish! A dark silver robe suddenly appeared on Zhao Feng's body, its silver inscriptions glimmering with light. The moment Zhao Feng put on the space-time robe, Zhao Wang and the Black Destruction Serpent Dragon appeared in this dimension, seeking death. The Black Destruction Serpent Dragon suddenly appeared, circulating a dreadful origin destruction energy. The Black Destruction Serpent Dragon's body seethed with demonic flames, exuding a dreadful pressure that could suppress all living beings. This bloodline energy. The surrounding experts preparing to surround and attack Zhao Feng suddenly froze. Almost all of them were ancient beasts, but their ancient bloodlines seemed to be suppressed by the Black Destruction Serpent Dragon, making it impossible for them to use their bloodlines. Kaboom! The Black Destruction Serpent Dragon swung its claws, unleashing a claw of scarlet and black draconic flames at the rank 4 true god. Ah! The rank 4 true god had never imagined that he would be struck by the Black Destruction Serpent Dragon's attack. The scarlet and black draconic flames imbued with destruction intent engulfed him, burning away all in their path. Roar! The Black Destruction Serpent Dragon activated its bloodline with all its might and roared at the sky. The thin bloodline of the Destruction Dragon race was completely stimulated, and waves of scarlet and black flames swept through the area. Those weaker than a rank 3 true god almost kneeled on the ground, their bodies trembling. Could this be the Destruction Dragon race bloodline? A rank 5 true god of Violet Knight Hall stared in shock at the Black Destruction Serpent Dragon. The Destruction Dragon race was a destructive race ranked in the top 10 of the 10,000 ancient races. In the face of such a terrifying bloodline, the power of their bloodlines was essentially useless. If the Black Destruction Serpent Dragon had a slightly higher cultivation, the bloodline power of everyone present would have been completely suppressed and rendered useless. How could this be? Quasi-god Gue, he had never imagined that Zhao Feng would have a helper. And this helper's background was far too shocking. He actually possessed a bloodline ranked in the top 10 of the 10,000 ancient races. For a moment, Quasi-god Gue, he forgot to refine the 5-colored ball of light. At this moment, Zhao Feng was putting all his strength into driving Quasi-god Gue Yi's power out of the 5-colored ball of light. No! Quasi-god Gue, he cried out in alarm as he leaped into the air. Zhao Feng's counterattack was too sudden. He was simply incapable of resisting. Hurry and kill him! This golden-haired brat is refining the most precious treasure in this palace. Quasi-god Gue, he immediately bellowed. Attack! This brat still hasn't left the prayer mat. Just what kind of treasure is down there? A quasi-god prodigy said, his eyes brimming with greed. Kill! Quasi-god Zi Feng growled as he prepared to attack. Nearly 20 experts in the secret hall lunged at Zhao Feng. And this was only because true god Dark Thief had drawn away some of the teams. Otherwise, there would have been even more people charging at Zhao Feng. At this moment, Zhao Feng was only driving out quasi-god Gue Yi's power. He was still a sliver away from completely refining the 5-colored ball of light, so he couldn't afford to split his attention. Chapter 1230. More than 80% of the people in the secret hall attacked Zhao Feng. Even the other squads in the 5-colored palace were alarmed, drawn over. Brother Zhao! Quasi-god Jian Feng didn't know what to do. At this moment, Zhao Feng was facing far too many enemies. Even quasi-god Jian Feng was somewhat afraid. Don't be rash, the blue-haired old lady of the sky, a haze race, immediately said. Their small team, helping Zhao Feng, was tantamount to digging their own graves. If he joined the crowd to fight for treasures, it would be very difficult for him to obtain any in the end. Just like the Sky Water Demonic Tribe, there were also some weaker teams that chose to stay put. Kill! Close to 30 experts pressed down on them. Their tremendous force caused Zhao Feng and the others to feel pressured, making it difficult for them to move. What should we do? The Black Destruction Serpent Dragon had an anxious expression. He didn't expect that Zhao Feng would summon him to face such a situation. There were nearly 30 quasi-gods and true gods, all of them extremely strong. There were even 5 rank 5 true gods. Even if the Black Destruction Serpent Dragon possessed a heaven-shaking bloodline, it would not be able to stop everyone present. In fact, they might even die here. Allow me. Zhao Wang took the initiative to step forward. His and Zhao Feng's thoughts were connected. There was no need for too much communication between them. Whoosh! A pitch-black scepter surrounded by a black mist of death aura suddenly appeared in Zhao Wang's hand. Zhao Wang activated the Eye of Death, communicated with the Staff of Death curse, and fiercely stabbed it into the ground. Death curse banishment. Zhao Wang's Eye of Death began to furiously circulate, vast amounts of eye intent and soul power pouring into the Staff of Death curse. Boom! The Staff of Death curse emitted pitch-black, gloomy black fog of death that quickly spread in all directions. The black mist contained an extremely profound death energy that could cause everything to move toward death. The Staff of Death curse was of the same quality as the space-time robe, and this offensive divine artifact was even more suited to Zhao Wang. Not only could it increase the level of his death intent, it could also strengthen the Eye of Death. Furthermore, the attack cast by the Staff of Death curse was mixed with the even more mysterious power of curses. Such powerful death energy. Those are the Eyes of Death. The experts, who were attacking from all directions, exclaimed in surprise. Among the descendants of the 8 great god eyes, the Eye of Death was one of the more powerful offensive eyes. Its death energy was a power that all living beings feared. At this moment, Zhao Wang was using the Eye of Death as support and the Staff of Death curse as the main weapon, activating the Staff of Death curse's own forbidden secret technique. That evil and ghastly energy caused the hearts of everyone in the surroundings to palpitate and tremble without end. What kind of artifact is this? A quasi-god who had been charging too quickly immediately stopped and screamed in fear. At this moment, he was entangled by the curse. His body was being swallowed by death, and he was rapidly aging. Could this divine weapon be the Staff of Death curse? An emaciated old man with a short, spiral horn on his head shuddered. Everyone present was a quasi-god or true god of a major faction, so there was bound to be someone who could recognize the origins of the Staff of Death curse in Zhao Wang's hand. Howl! The Black Destruction, Serpent Dragon, roared into the sky and cooperated with Zhao Wang. It opened its mouth and spat out a ball of scarlet, draconic flames that filled the entire secret hall. In an instant, the two of them unleashed their strongest attacks, causing the 20 or so experts surrounding them to stop in their tracks. Kill this person. The divine weapon in his hand is at least a high-quality divine weapon. Originally, they had only come to kill Zhao Feng and obtain the treasure that Zhao Feng was refining. But now that Zhao Wang was using a powerful divine weapon, they all viewed him with disdain. Boom! Bang! The Black Destruction, Serpent Dragon, and Zhao Wang's attacks were extremely powerful, but when all the enemies worked together to block them, they were easily defeated. The attacks of the Black Destruction, Serpent Dragon, and Zhao Wang were consumptive techniques that could not be used consecutively. Ice Extermination Palm. Wind Lightning Slash. After breaking through the attacks of Zhao Wang and the Black Destruction, Serpent Dragon, the nearly 30 experts immediately began to attack. Truly audacious. You actually want to take the treasure for yourself right in front of me. Quasi-god Zi Feng sneered. Violet Knight Illusion Strike. Circulating divine power, he transformed into a violet streak of light that charged at Zhao Feng. This kid has quite a few secrets on him. He has a helper from one of the top 10,000 ancient races, a companion with the Eye of Death, a divine weapon of death. Quasi-god Gui Yi's profound eyes were brimming with excitement. Heaven-splitting strike. Quasi-god Gui Yi circulated his 5 elements intent, creating a 5-colored chaos origin palm that pressed down on Zhao Feng's group. Master, the Black Destruction, Serpent Dragon anxiously called out, its entire body trembling. It no longer wanted to resist, so it could only place its hopes on Zhao Feng. Seated on the prayer mat, Zhao Feng coldly snorted. Brum! With this snort, the 5-colored crystalline palace began to fiercely shudder. The vast amounts of 5 elements intent that permeated the palace immediately gathered around Zhao Feng's group, forming a 5-colored mist. At this moment, Zhao Feng no longer had anything to worry about and could directly mobilize the energy of the crystalline palace. Zhao Feng was currently refining the core of the palace and could not afford to be too distracted. Moreover, his own strength was too low, so he could not control this energy. Thus, Zhao Feng could only gather this energy to form a defensive barrier around the 3 of them. Boom! Bang! Crash! Multicolored attacks bombarded the area around Zhao Feng's group, but when they encountered the thick 5-colored mist, they were severely hindered. That 5 elements profound, meaning energy, was too powerful. just by staying there without attacking or defending. It was already a huge hindrance to their attacks. This person can actually mobilize the energy of the five-colored crystalline palace. He's definitely refining the core of this palace. Everyone became even more frenzied at this sight. Their faces flushed red. This five-colored crystalline palace was constructed from countless high-level intent crystals. Even the battle of several dozen true gods and quasi-gods had failed to damage the palace in the slightest. Moreover, the palace was filled with all sorts of wondrous treasures and powerful combat skills. The value of this palace was enough to make anyone go crazy. Even five-star factions would be envious of it, as long as one could refine the core of this palace. One could obtain all of this. This brat is actually refining the core of this palace. Quasi-god Zifeng's face froze for a moment, and then a look of ecstasy appeared on his face. To think that he would have such an opportunity. What a pity. Quasi-god Tian Shui was flabbergasted, and then she shook her head. The faction she belonged to naturally wanted to fight over the core of the five-colored crystalline palace. In her view, Zhao Feng would not be able to keep it, and he might even lose his life. Kill! Hurry and stop him! All the true gods and quasi-gods in the secret hall began to move. More and more experts and teams arrived at the entrance of the secret hall. At this moment, the number of people attacking Zhao Feng's group of 3 had reached 60-some, all elite prodigies of the powerful factions of the Gulong Martial Gathering. Boom! Bang! Crash! All the experts unleashed their fiercest attacks, bombarding the five-colored mist around Zhao Feng. As long as we can scatter this layer of energy, they're doomed. Quasi-god Zifeng bellowed. Attack! We can't let him successfully refine the core of the palace. A quasi-god prodigy roared. Kaboom! Endless attacks rained down on the five-colored mist around Zhao Feng. After each round of attacks, the five-colored mist would decrease and grow fainter. Soon, the bodies of Zhao Feng's group of 3 were exposed to the crowd. Everyone, focus your attacks on one point and attack that golden-haired brat. Quasi-god Zifeng stared at Zhao Feng, a wicked smile on his face as he loudly called out. Right, we just need to destroy the five-colored mist in front of that golden-haired brat. Quasi-god Zifeng's suggestion was immediately approved by the others. Kaboom! At the same time, Quasi-god Zifeng activated the power of his bloodline, causing his body to gradually transform into a dark violet spiritual body. Violet Night Illusion Strike. Quasi-god Zifeng transformed into several images, flickering with violet light that lunged at the five-colored mist in front of Zhao Feng. Plush, plush, plush. The purple phantoms pounced on the same spot on the five-colored mist. At the same time, the attacks of the other experts also landed on the same spot. The five-colored mist in front of Zhao Feng grew fainter and fainter, and his face became clearer and clearer. At a certain moment, a small area in front of Zhao Feng completely vanished. Good. The rank 5 true god of Violet Night Hall yelled as he unleashed a palm strike at the area where the five-colored mist had vanished. Boom! A massive dark violet palm passed through the gap and rumbled toward Zhao Feng. The other attackers rejoiced at this sight, but suddenly a mysterious spatial blur appeared around Zhao Feng's body. The power of the rank 5 true god's attack seemed to be banished to another dimension, its power gradually weakening. In the end, a calm palm strike landed on Zhao Feng's body, causing no disturbance whatsoever. What's going on here? The attackers were instantly struck, dumb by this sight. Could that robe he's wearing really be the space-time robe? The rank 5 true god of Violet Night Hall had a grim expression. When Zhao Feng had put on that robe, he had suspected that it was the space-time robe. But when he thought about how Zhao Feng was just a quasi-god with no faction backing him, how could he possibly have the space-time robe? Moreover, Zhao Feng had never displayed the abilities of the space-time robe. He believed that the robe on Zhao Feng's body was an imitation of the space-time robe. Only now did he understand that it was probably the real space-time robe. Just how many more secrets does this brat have? Quasi-God Zi Feng's expression was extremely gloomy. At this moment, he was somewhat regretful that he should have killed Zhao Feng the moment he arrived at the five-colored palace. This brat is a treasury. We can't let him go. The surrounding crowd was once more provoked by Zhao Feng's space-time robe, and they became even more frenzied. Bang! The five-colored mist in front of Zhao Feng was almost completely gone. Even if Zhao Feng was wearing the space-time robe, he could not stop the attacks of so many people. Zhao Feng's death was assured. But at this moment, Zhao Feng suddenly stood up. Buzz! Bzzz! A five-colored ball of light the size of an infant's fist floated out of the palace and appeared in front of Zhao Feng. Chapter 1231. Zhao Feng gripped the five-colored ball of light in his hand. At this moment, he felt like the entire palace was in his grasp. His mind could roam the entire palace. At the same time, all the intent energy in the palace was at Zhao Feng's disposal. However, Zhao Feng's cultivation level was too low, so he was still unable to use this energy. Whoosh! Whoosh! In the face of this encirclement, Zhao Feng gathered all the intent energy in the entire palace and gathered it around his body. Boom! Bang! Crash! All the attacks were blocked by the five-colored mist around Zhao Feng. Not good. He succeeded in refining the core of the palace. Quasi-God Tian Xue's clear eyes widened in shock as she immediately charged out. After refining the five-colored crystalline palace, Zhao Feng could use the energy of the palace. Even if he couldn't control it, dealing with them would still be a piece of cake. Run! Quasi-God Zi Feng. This kid has refined the core of the palace. No one can do anything to him inside the palace. A rank 5 true god of Violet Night Hall immediately said to Quasi-God Zi Feng. However, even if Zhao Feng refined the palace, he wouldn't be able to keep it. The moment this secret dimension appeared, the news had already spread, and the various factions had already sent their experts. What? How could this be? Quasi-God Zi Feng was stunned. At the final moment, Zhao Feng had succeeded in refining the core of the palace. This made him feel a sense of defeat that he had never felt before. Run! The retreat of the major factions made the other teams uneasy. But after thinking about it for a few moments, they understood the reason. They had failed to injure Zhao Feng before, and now that Zhao Feng had successfully refined the five-colored palace, they were even more helpless against Zhao Feng. On the contrary, they should be worried about their own safety. Swoosh! Swoosh! All the experts in the secret hall immediately fled outside. In a flash, only Zhao Feng's group of 3 remained in the secret hall. Of course, this five-colored crystal palace was relatively large, and there were also many teams exploring the other halls and rooms. However, when they saw the teams of some major forces retreating in a hurry, they realized that something was wrong. All of you stay here. Zhao Feng stood where he was and smiled. As his consciousness flowed into the five-colored light ball, Zhao Feng instantly gained control of the entire five-colored crystal palace. Buzz! Zhao Feng activated the palace's protection mechanism. Damn it, when the powerhouses of Violet Night Hall arrive, we'll definitely hack this person into pieces. Quasi-God Zi Feng cursed under his breath as he prepared to leave. Suddenly, the door in front of him closed with a clang. At the same time, all the other exits of the five-colored crystalline palace were closed. The entire palace was completely sealed. Some of the experts who managed to escape immediately heaved a sigh of relief. What does he want? Quasi-God Tian Xue retreated several li and stared at the five-colored crystalline palace, her mind in turmoil. Among the top 20 of the quasi-god list, except for her, who had successfully escaped, the rest were all imprisoned in the five-colored Crystal Palace. Besides that, there were also many members of major factions and prodigies trapped inside. This brat thinks that he's invincible after refining this palace. He even imprisoned the people of Violet Night Hall inside. A rank 4 true god, next to quasi-god Tian Shui sneered. Violet Night Hall was one of the 3 5-star factions of the Gulong Zone, and quasi-god Zifeng was its number 1 prodigy. Besides that, any faction that could successfully reach this 5-colored palace was no small faction. This brat is doomed unless he hides inside for the rest of his life. Nearby, a quasi-god who had narrowly escaped coldly snorted. Swoosh! Swoosh! At the same time, more and more people arrived at the center of the palace. What's going on here? Some of the teams that had just arrived stared at the 5-colored crystalline palace that was completely sealed in the center of the palace. At this moment, a majestic energy that seemed to pierce through the heavens and the earth came from nearby. Boom! A horse-faced elder wearing a violet and blue robe suddenly descended. The world was instantly covered in a dark blue light, and the entire world seemed to serve as a foil for this elder. The spectating experts felt their hearts tremble, their breathing becoming ragged. That's an ancient god expert from Stellar Tower! A true god expert called out in alarm. 5-Star Mountain was in Stellar Tower's territory, so the moment this little secret dimension appeared, Stellar Tower was the first to receive news. At this moment, the ancient god expert from Stellar Tower finally arrived. The horse-faced elder's eyes flashed with sharp light as he stared at the 5-colored palace, his breathing becoming ragged. The entire palace was formed from extremely high-level intent crystals, and no one knew what sort of treasures were hidden within the palace. Once Stellar Tower obtained this palace, it wouldn't even need 1,000 years to become one of the strongest peak 4-star factions of the Gulong Zone. But the horse-faced elder also knew that, although this little secret dimension had been excavated from Stellar Tower's territory, it would be very difficult for Stellar Tower to take it. 5th Elder, this 5-colored palace has been refined by a golden-haired brat. He sealed the palace and even imprisoned the people of Stellar Tower inside. One of the Stellar Tower's subordinates immediately reported the situation. The horse-faced elder immediately snorted. Everyone present felt the world tremble. This dreadful power caused the blood in their bodies to roil and their souls to tremble. Junior, obediently come out and hand over this palace, and Stellar Tower can guarantee your survival. The horse-faced elder shouted, his expression dignified. An enormous sound wave surged toward the 5-colored palace. Within the 5-colored palace, more than 100 people were surrounded by Zhaofeng. Golden-haired brat, do you dare to kill us after trapping us here? More and more experts will arrive, including rank 7 ancient gods. I advise you to let us go. This treasure is not something you can possess. The people trapped by Zhaofeng within the 5-colored palace began to speak one after another. They were certain that Zhaofeng would not dare to do anything to them. Brother Zhao, you should hand this treasure over to some major faction and seek their protection. This hot potato is not something you should take. Quasi-god Jian Feng anxiously messaged Zhao Feng. The Sky Haze race was too far away and would not be able to protect Zhao Feng. An ancient god had already arrived outside, and even more experts would be arriving soon. Zhao Feng couldn't just stay here and not go out. If the ancient gods could not do anything to this palace, there would come a day when a god lord expert of Violet Night Hall would personally arrive. At that time, even if Zhao Feng handed over the palace, he would find it very difficult to survive. Swish! With a wave of his silver robe, Zhao Feng took Zhao Wang and the Black Destruction Serpent Dragon into the space-time robe dimension. A moment later, Zhao Feng passed through one of the doors of the 5-colored crystalline palace and arrived outside. He's out. He's the one who refined this palace. The moment Zhao Feng flew out of the palace, he immediately attracted the attention of everyone present. I didn't think that this kid would find the core of the palace, and even successfully refine it. True God Dark Thief sighed in shock. Hand it over. The horse-faced elder of Stellar Tower looked at Zhao Feng with a solemn expression. In his view, Zhao Feng had definitely come out to hand over the palace and seek the protection of Stellar Tower. Ancient God, Zhao Feng looked at the horse-faced elder with a rather solemn expression. The first time Zhao Feng saw an ancient god was in the ancient dream realm. At the time, the red flame Qilin was so far away that Zhao Feng could not sense it. But at this moment, this ancient god of Stellar Tower calmly stood there, not deliberately releasing any pressure. This made Zhao Feng feel an irresistible sense of helplessness. Swish! A 5-colored ball of light appeared in Zhao Feng's hand. Okay. The horse-faced elder faintly smiled. He was extremely satisfied with Zhao Feng's performance. As long as no powerful faction targeted Zhao Feng, Stellar Tower would be able to protect his life. Although Stellar Tower might not be able to take down this 5-colored palace, it would be able to extract as much profit as possible from it as possible. Suddenly, the ball of light in Zhao Feng's hand flashed with 5-colored light. Following that, silhouettes floated out of the 5-colored crystalline palace. There were around 30 people, and the people from the Sky Haze race were among them. What's this kid doing? The nearby experts were rather confused. If Zhao Feng wanted to release someone, shouldn't he release everyone? Why did he only release 30-some people? You didn't attack me just now, so I'll let you live. At this moment, Zhao Feng softly said, "Boom!" The moment he said this, the 5-colored palace in front of Zhao Feng suddenly rose from the ground. The entire space was filled with the 5 elements' profound energy. No one could clearly see what was going on. The 5-colored palace flew into the air, spinning as it shrank until it finally entered the 5-colored ball of light. Junior, you don't plan on handing it over? The horse-faced elder was rather displeased by Zhao Feng's words. An invisible and mighty energy instantly began to press down on Zhao Feng. I won't hand this item over. Zhao Feng tightly gripped the ball of light and took a few steps forward. Quasi-god Jian Feng slightly shook his head. What could he do if Zhao Feng didn't hand it over? Many of the people present couldn't help but sneer. Zhao Feng was far too stupid. He was alone, but he actually wanted to take this treasure for himself. You brought this upon yourself. The expression of the Stellar Tower's horse-faced old man immediately changed as he prepared to make a move. At this moment, the entire dimension rumbled as a pressure that could suppress all things descended, causing everyone nearby to tremble in fear. Anyone weaker than a rank 3 true god was rendered immobile. But suddenly, a dazzling 5-colored light appeared beneath Zhao Feng's feet. Countless silver runes of an array began to form into a massive array. This is not good. The horse-faced elder grimaced. His attention had been completely focused on Zhao Feng and the 5-colored palace. But when Zhao Feng had taken the palace into the 5-colored ball of light, he had failed to notice that the place where the palace had vanished was covered in obscure array runes. Boom! A vast pressure, accompanied by divine power, rumbled toward Zhao Feng. The horse-faced elder wanted to stop the teleportation array from activating, but when his energy approached the 5-colored light, it was repelled. Bzzz. In a violent spatial ripple, Zhao Feng's figure vanished from the dimension. Everyone present was dumbstruck, and the ancient god expert from Stellar Tower had a frigid expression on his face. No one would have thought that beneath this palace there was actually a teleportation grand array hidden. As for Zhao Feng, he smoothly teleported away with the 5-colored crystalline palace. Humph, I'd like to see where you can run to. The horse-faced elder from Stellar Tower angrily snorted as he vanished. Even if Zhao Feng had used the teleportation array to escape, he had never left the Gulong Zone. Chapter 1232. Even though the ancient gods had arrived, Zhao Feng was still able to escape, teleporting to some unknown place. But one thing was certain. Zhao Feng had not left the Gulong Zone. Even the furthest teleportation array in the Gulong Zone could not directly teleport him from this place to a place outside the Gulong Zone. Let's go! Quasi-god Tian Shui had mixed feelings. The man who had sighed and shook his head at her in Sea Pearl Tower had displayed his brilliance at the Gulong Martial Gathering, defeating all the challengers. Then, in the secret dimension, he had forced back quasi-god Lin Guang, refined the core of the five-colored crystalline palace, and even managed to safely escape when an ancient god descended. In addition, Zhao Feng had imprisoned 70 to 80 experts, including quasi-god Zifeng of Violet Night Hall, the 12th-ranked quasi-god Gui E of the Prodigy ranking, and the true gods and prodigies of other powerful factions. One could say that Zhao Feng had shaken the entire Gulong Zone. It wouldn't be long before the entire Gulong Zone would be turned upside down for the sake of searching for Zhao Feng. That brat is doomed. Quite a few people threw down these words and left. Even if Zhao Feng had taken away the five-colored crystalline palace, there were still many intent crystals and other precious treasures in other places. I hope that Brother Zhao can leave the Gulong Zone as quickly as possible. Quasi-god Jian Feng was rather worried. After all, Zhao Feng's actions were far too shocking. He even dared to imprison a genius of a five-star faction. The power of a five-star faction was enough to shake the entire Gulong Zone, and Zhao Feng had also imprisoned members of several dozen other factions. Let's go. Not even the Sky Haze race can do anything about this. The old woman of the Sky Haze race sighed. It had taken them so much effort to find a good seedling, but he had caused such a disaster. The Sky Haze race couldn't help him even if it wanted to. Then, the crowd that had gathered there dispersed. The array began to form, and in a flash of five-colored light, Zhao Feng's figure slowly emerged. Whoosh! Whoosh! The array inscriptions under Zhao Feng's feet vanished after being used once. Zhao Feng was surrounded by pitch-black darkness, and all around him was rock and soil. This is underground. Zhao Feng's spiritual consciousness swept out and determined his location. At the same time, he discovered a substandard divine crystal mine underground. It seems like the five elements God Lord is extremely cautious. Zhao Feng exclaimed. While he was refining the core in the five-colored palace, Zhao Feng slowly touched the array formation beneath the palace. When the core was completely refined, Zhao Feng understood the function of the array patterns. If he had not known the function of the teleportation formation, Zhao Feng would not have trapped those people in the five-color crystal palace. When he met the ancient god of the Star Tower, he might have handed over the core of the five-color crystal palace that he had refined. That array was probably prepared by the five elements god, Lord himself. Zhao Feng murmured. Beneath the training grounds, he had set up a teleportation formation. Even if an enemy were to come, they would be able to teleport away in advance. Moreover, the other end of the teleportation formation was built on top of a mineral vein to ensure that the formation could be connected smoothly. Whoosh! Zhao Feng used the earth escape technique to travel through the ground. This was a dense and humid forest zone. It was a boundless sea of green. Of course, there were many hidden dangers in the dense and towering ancient forest. Even in the clouds, there would be a flickering shadow from time to time. Zhao Feng soared into the sky, frightening a few flying monsters into flight. By pushing the vision of his left eye to the limit, Zhao Feng could see more than 100,000 li away. After observing for a long time, Zhao Feng confirmed his position. Wonderful! This teleportation formation has saved me at least a year of travel. Zhao Feng happily smiled. The distance Zhao Feng had teleported to was precisely on the route he would take to the Xiling Zone. Moreover, he had been teleported over an extremely long distance, directly crossing a peak 4-star faction. Of course, this was all thanks to the map that quasi-god Jianfeng had given Zhaofeng. Otherwise, Zhaofeng would still have no idea where he was. Whoosh! A 5-colored crystalline ball of light appeared in Zhaofeng's hand. Within the ball of light was a 5-colored palace. The palace was connected to Zhaofeng's mind. Even without entering, Zhaofeng could sense the constant ripples of energy and furious roars coming from within. Damn! Just what's going on outside. That golden-haired brat didn't come back in after leaving. Are we going to be trapped here forever? Nearly 80 people had gathered together and were bombarding one of the doors of the palace. However, the 5-colored palace remained completely unscathed under their attacks. Suddenly, a golden-haired figure appeared behind them. Golden-haired brat, hurry and release me, or else Violet Knight Hull won't let you go. Quasi-god Zifeng immediately bellowed. By imprisoning us, you've offended all the factions behind us. You'd better think this through. Yet another young quasi-god threatened. We've already left that secret dimension, Zhaofeng said with a smile. Suddenly, the palace became transparent, allowing everyone to see what was outside. Where is this? How did you manage to safely leave that secret dimension? The entire 5-colored palace was once more filled with roars and roars. Countless experts were exploring that secret dimension. So how could they allow Zhaofeng to leave with such a treasure? Some of the powerful true gods and ancient gods of the major factions had even arrived. Logically speaking, Zhaofeng should have found it impossible to escape. This is vast green ancient forest, the territory of Tunguen Mountain. A true god expert from a nearby faction recognized this place. There's no harm in telling you. There's a teleportation array hidden beneath this palace. Once I refine the core of the palace, I can activate the array and leave at any time. Zhaofeng smiled as he explained to the group. Damn it! Hurry and release us. You madman, what do you want to do to us? Quite a few people lost control of themselves and began to attack Zhaofeng upon learning of the reason. The attacks of several dozen quasi-gods and true gods were enough to raise the territory of a 4-star faction. However, Zhaofeng's expression was calm and unafraid. Whoosh whoosh! With a thought from Zhaofeng, the intent energy of the 5-colored palace began to gather around his body, blocking all the attacks coming his way. If you want to leave, you'll have to become my servants. Otherwise, you'll have to stay here. After leaving behind these words, Zhaofeng left once more. These people were the ones who had attacked Zhaofeng in the past. Zhaofeng had no pity for them. Moreover, as long as Zhaofeng didn't hand over the 5-colored palace, even if he did hand over these people, he would still be hunted down by the major factions. Thus, Zhaofeng might as well imprison them. If he was pursued by a faction along the way, he could at least take out 1 or 2 hostages. In addition, the majority of these people were quasi-god geniuses with bright futures. If they were willing to become his servants, Zhaofeng was willing to accept them and give them a way out. Whoosh! A violet gold mist spread out, and a green-clothed woman wearing a white cloak slowly walked out. Where is this? Han Ning looked around in surprise. When Zhaofeng went to explore the 5 Elements God Lord's seclusion area, he had taken Han Ning into his illusion city little world, so she knew nothing about what had happened outside. However, if Han Ning knew that she was wanted not only by Yellow Dragon Pavilion, but also by many 4-star factions, 4.5-star factions, peak 4-star factions, and even 5-star factions of the Gulong Zone, would she regret following Zhaofeng? This is the territory of Tunguen Mountain. You might not know this, but in short, we're even closer to the Xiling Zone. Zhaofeng had no intention of explaining to Han Ning about the 5 Elements God Lord's cultivation area. The two set off and continued on their way. We have to leave the Gulong Zone as quickly as possible. A grim expression appeared on Zhaofeng's face. Although he had safely escaped, that did not mean that he was truly safe. The news that Zhao Feng had obtained a powerful treasure and imprisoned many experts and geniuses had not yet spread. For this reason, Zhao Feng could still borrow the teleportation arrays of a few factions. Even if his whereabouts were exposed, there was nothing he could do. Once the matter of 5-Star Mountain spread, more than half the factions of the Gulong Zone would put out a bounty on Zhao Feng's head. At that time, Zhao Feng would truly have to be careful and not reveal himself. Time slowly passed. As expected, it didn't take more than 10-some days for the matter of 5-Star Mountain to spread to the nearby 4.5-star factions. A month later, almost all the factions of the Gulong Zone knew of this news. Violet Night Hall, one of the 3 5-star factions of the Gulong Zone, was enraged and mobilized all the factions under its jurisdiction to put out a bounty on Zhao Feng. One had to realize that quasi-god Zifeng was ranked 4th on the quasi-god ranking. He was the strongest prodigy of Violet Night Hall and its future hope. But now, quasi-god Zifeng had been imprisoned by some nameless person. Of course, Violet Night Hall also wanted to capture Zhao Feng because of the 5-colored palace. As long as they could obtain this treasure, Violet Night Hall could raise several geniuses on the same level as quasi-god Zifeng. At a certain bay, Zhao Feng was preparing to borrow the teleportation array of a 4.5-star faction, but he realized that the other party was intentionally delaying him. It seems like the bounty on my head has already been issued. Zhao Feng understood. Whoosh! Zhao Feng immediately used the metal lightning radiance wings technique to flee. After all, a 4.5-star faction had an ancient god presiding over it. If an ancient god targeted him, he would be finished. After fleeing for several million li, Zhao Feng finally stopped. By now, Han Ning had more or less figured out what had happened. Even now, she still found it somewhat hard to believe that while she was in Zhao Feng's illusion city little world, Zhao Feng had done something so heaven-shaking. We've already reached the edge of the Gulong Zone. It won't be long before we leave this place. But this is also the most crucial moment. Zhao Feng solemnly said. He could no longer use teleportation arrays, so he could only do his best to travel through uninhabited areas. The teleportation array of a 4.5-star faction suddenly lit up. Swish! A middle-aged man with pitch-black skin covered in bewitching violet tattoos slowly emerged. Spreading out his divine sense, he instantly captured some information. Zhao Feng. The middle-aged man softly muttered this name. Zhao Feng had some reputation in the wild, ancient, secret dimension. He had befriended the blue-scaled race and worked with the Sky Haze race and some other factions to attack the Phoenix Nest. Now that he had caused such a ruckus, his name had naturally been investigated. This middle-aged man was none other than ancient god Black Heaven, who had come to the Gulong Zone to take back the ancient god seal. Some time ago, he had inadvertently sensed a connection with the ancient god seal, allowing him to reconfirm the direction of his pursuit. I didn't think that something like this would happen in the Gulong Zone. Several dozen geniuses of major factions were imprisoned by a brat. Ancient god Black Heaven couldn't help but jeer. Ancient god Black Heaven then memorized Zhao Feng's appearance and characteristics. The treasure Zhao Feng had obtained was far too precious. If he encountered it, ancient god Black Heaven wouldn't mind taking care of Zhao Feng and taking the treasure for himself. Of course, ancient god Black Heaven had no idea that his target was Zhao Feng. Chapter 1233. Previously, no one knew where Zhao Feng had teleported to using a teleportation array. However, many factions were still able to determine a general area, so they had been searching the major factions near Stellar Tower. However, these factions had received the news rather late, and Zhao Feng was proficient in spatial teleportation, so they had long since retreated a certain distance. Thus, half a year of searching had yielded no results. When Zhao Feng's tracks appeared on the outskirts of the Gulong Zone, the factions that had issued a warrant for Zhao Feng's capture immediately took action. Zhao Feng had expected all this, but there was nothing he could do about it. He had to leave the Gulong Zone as soon as possible. The lifespan of a true god expert was too long, and after reaching the ancient god level, they were practically immortal. Thus, even if they did not capture Zhao Feng in a few hundred years, the search would not weaken. It might continue for 1,000 years, 10,000 years, or even longer. Moreover, when the time came, the Gulong Zone's border would be heavily guarded. Even if Zhao Feng waited for tens of thousands of years, he would not have a chance to leave. In the meantime, he might even be found. In addition, Zhao Feng couldn't just hole up like a turtle for tens of thousands of years. He hadn't even cultivated for 50 years. Thus, it was better to hurry while most of the search teams had not arrived. There was still a good chance that he could leave the Gulong Zone. As long as he left the Gulong Zone, it would not be so easy for them to capture Zhao Feng. These factions could summon wind and rain in the Gulong Zone, but they would not be able to cause much of a stir in other zones. A man was traveling alone on the endless frigid ice veins. The man's face was cold, and his light golden hair flowed behind him like a stream of golden light. "Human, you dare trespass on my territory? You truly don't know the meaning of death." Suddenly, an angry roar came from the huge ice mountain in the distance. "I'm just passing by. I have no other intentions." Zhao Feng's expression was cold as he said directly. Along the way, the areas he had traveled were all dangerous forbidden zones. Not only were the environments harsh, but there were also large numbers of monster hordes. Every time Zhao Feng said this, the monster hordes that discovered Zhao Feng would immediately attack. This time was no exception. Rumble! The iceberg trembled, and a few giant ice figures flashed out. Taking a closer look, in front of Zhao Feng, there were 3 huge flying beasts circling around. Their huge white wings covered the sky, but their tails had a long dragon snake tail. A rank 3 Yao immortal. Zhao Feng's expression did not change much. Along the way, Zhao Feng even encountered a rank 4 Yao god. Zhao Feng could deal with a rank 4 Yao god by himself, but if a rank 4 Yao god brought along many subordinates, Zhao Feng would have no choice but to use his trump card to escape. Seeking death. Among the humans, you're just an ordinary quasi-god. How dare you look down on us? The white-feathered bird was enraged. It flapped its wings and urged the power of the Upanishad. Boom! The color of the sky changed, and the temperature plummeted. All that was left in his field of vision was the dense hail. Kill! Zhao Feng held the ancient god seal, activated his sacred lightning body, and charged out. Boom! A casual slash from Zhao Feng unleashed a 5-colored bolt of lightning. This enormous bolt of 5-colored light was so powerful that it seemed capable of cleaving apart this world of ice and snow. This brat is very strong. The 3 white-feathered birds attacked together, filling the sky with ice feathers as they swept toward Zhao Feng. These ice feathers were not only extremely sharp, but they also contained the power of extreme cold. An ordinary rank 3 true god would be heavily injured if not killed by these 3 birds. However, instead of retreating, Zhao Feng pushed forward, activating his sacred lightning body with all his power. His body was shrouded in a layer of 5-colored lightning as he clashed with the 3 white-feathered birds. At the right moment, Zhao Feng used an eye bloodline technique on the 3 Yao gods. The 3 Yao gods instantly fell into a disadvantageous position. Once one of them was killed by Zhao Feng, the other 2 heavily injured Yao gods fled. Zhao Feng continued on his way. Ever since he was teleported away, Zhao Feng had never stopped to rest. He didn't even have the time to consolidate his cultivation. For this reason, Zhao Feng would occasionally use actual combat to temper himself. Of course, Zhao Feng wouldn't intentionally prolong the battle. After all, he was still being pursued. There's no detailed map for the rest of the journey. Zhao Feng had an indifferent expression. After traveling for some time, the pair finally left this perilous land of ice. At this moment, Zhao Feng was constantly looking into the distance to observe the situation. After traveling for some time, Zhao Feng finally discovered a group of 4. The strongest of the 4 was a rank 3 true god, while the other 3 youths were quasi-gods. Senior Fan, just who is that Zhao Feng? To think that he would even dare to offend Violet Night Hall after provoking such a disaster. A youth with a green spiral tattoo on his forehead curiously asked, "We're just going to deliver something. There's no need to worry about anything else." The bald old man in the lead immediately said. Elder Fan was naturally very curious about a person who could shake the entire Gulong Zone and who didn't belong to any faction. At this moment, Elder Fan sensed a strange disturbance in his interspatial dimension. This is... Elder Fan sent his divine sense into the interspatial dimension. Inside were 3 square-shaped silver instruments, each of which had a silver crystal bead. But at this moment, these silver beads were constantly flashing with dazzling light, and the frequency was increasing. These are the search instruments that the higher-ups gave me. When the instruments light up, it means that the target being searched is within a certain range. Elder Fan's expression suddenly froze. He naturally knew that these 3 search instruments had been specially made to search for Zhao Feng. Whoosh! Elder Fan took in a deep breath as he focused his gaze into the distance. He saw a very delicate, scholarly man slowly approaching him. His strength was only at the peak mystic light realm. "Senior, I wish to exchange for a map of the nearby area." This youth had a warm smile on his face. This person was the only clone that Zhao Feng hadn't seen before, Zhao Hui. Even the children of the Gulong Zone probably knew what Zhao Feng looked like. Therefore, every time Zhao Feng made a move, he would send Zhao Hui out. Unfortunately, Zhao Hui wasn't very strong. Otherwise, he would have been able to borrow the teleportation arrays of some of the smaller factions. What can you take out to exchange for our map? A youth immediately mocked when he saw Zhao Hui's weak appearance. A measly peak mystic light realm couldn't possibly take out anything good to exchange for Elder Fan's map. "Shut up!" Elder Fan's sudden shout froze the youth in place. He didn't understand what was going on. This little friend should be new to this place. If you need a map of the nearby area, you can use the map you have on you to exchange with me. Elder Fan looked at Zhao Wang. His eyes filled with doubt as he sized up Zhao Hui. But right at this moment, a spatial ripple appeared and several figures with powerful auras descended. Whoosh! 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 Zhao Feng, Zhao Wang, Zhao Wan, and the Black Destruction Serpent Dragon surrounded Elder Fan's group of 3. "Hand over the map and explain how you found me," Zhao Feng coldly barked. On the way here, Zhao Feng had been careless several times and almost made a grave mistake. For this reason, Zhao Feng was extremely cautious and would not let go of even the smallest clue. Just now, the elder had actually reprimanded his own clansman for an outsider. He was clearly rather flustered. Afterward, the elder carefully examined Zhao Hui, his expression grim. It was clear that he was thinking about something. "Senior Fan, what's going on?" The 3 quasi-gods immediately panicked. The 4 people who had suddenly appeared didn't seem to have very strong cultivations, but their auras were astonishing. "Good sir, please spare us. We promise not to expose your whereabouts," Elder Fan immediately begged. He had heard quite a few rumors about Zhao Feng, so he knew that he alone was no match for Zhao Feng. "Hurry up and hand it over." Zhao Feng's expression chilled in annoyance. Yes, yes." Elder Fan immediately handed Zhao Feng a map and took out the 3 search instruments. "Buzz! BZZZ!" The 3 search instruments floated in front of Zhao Feng, their surfaces flashing with blinding light so fast that it was impossible to see them with the naked eye. Zhao Feng took the search instruments and sent his divine sense into them. Soon he understood the reason. These 3 search instruments imitated Zhao Feng's soul aura. As long as someone with a similar soul aura appeared nearby, they would sound an alarm. At the true God level, a person could easily change their appearance, but not their soul aura. Boom! Bang! The 3 search instruments in front of Zhao Feng shattered. After handing over the map, Zhao Feng swiftly left. Senior fan, he's Zhao Feng? A young girl in the group asked with wide eyes after seeing Zhao Feng leave. He let us go, another youth said, fear still lingering in his heart. The search instruments can't be delivered, so his whereabouts have been exposed. Even if he kills us, it's useless, Elder Fan straightforwardly said. Once Zhao Feng received the map, he immediately set out. Master, these search instruments were created based on the heritage of the Heavens legacy race. The process is rather complicated and has not yet been popularized. Once it is, as long as you remain in the Gulong Zone, you will be found no matter where you hide. The Black Destruction Serpent Dragon messaged. It also hoped that Zhao Feng could leave the Gulong Zone as soon as possible. The Black Destruction Serpent Dragon naturally knew about these special search instruments. Even if one was hidden in another dimension, the search instrument would still be able to detect them when they were within a certain distance. This was because even if one was hidden in another dimension, they still existed within the spatial framework of the ancient, desolate realm of gods. This included the space-time robe dimension and even the ancient dream realm. I know. Zhao Feng's expression darkened. The 4 of them were only from the clans in the vicinity. He was confident that the peak 4-star factions and Violet Night Hall would be carrying many of these search instruments. Once these search instruments were popularized, even if Zhao Feng hid in the space-time robe or even in the ancient dream realm, he would still be found. Fortunately, the rest of the journey is very short. Zhao Feng calmed himself down. After obtaining the new map information, Zhao Feng had already confirmed his route. Swish! Zhao Feng put on the space-time robe and used instant movement in this forbidden and dangerous area where few people tread. Chapter 1234. Once Zhao Feng learned of the search instrument, he didn't dare to waste any more time. Zhao Feng took out the space-time robe and increased his space intent, increasing the distance he could travel. After teleporting 10-some times, Zhao Feng stopped. Swish! Zhao Feng let Han Ning out of the Illusion City pocket world. Han Ning also began to use her Eye of Life to help Zhao Feng recover. Zhao Feng would also use these few moments to cultivate and increase his strength. Zhao Feng could cultivate in many different directions, but right now he was focusing on space intent. Zhao Feng had long ago reached level 2 of perfection in space intent. Once he reached level 3, Zhao Feng's instant movement distance would increase. Moreover, with the space-time robe, it would be even easier for Zhao Feng to comprehend space intent. Once he had completely recovered and his body was in peak condition, Zhao Feng would once more set out, repeating this process. 3 months quickly passed, and Zhao Feng's space intent smoothly reached level 3. And with the space-time robe's buff, his space intent had reached level 4. Zhao Feng was getting closer and closer to the next zone. One day, as he was traveling, Zhao Feng sensed that he was being watched and immediately used the Eye of Heaven. The Eye of Heaven could cross extremely long distances, and the Eye of Heaven itself also had an extremely long range of vision, essentially doubling Zhao Feng's vision. As expected, I've been discovered. Zhao Feng was stunned. The leader of the team was holding a search device in his hand. They've already guessed that I want to leave the Gulong Zone, so they've increased the number of people here. Those pursuing Zhao Feng were naturally no fools. They definitely knew what Zhao Feng's goal was. But even though he knew that the road ahead was fraught with danger, Zhao Feng still had to charge forward. Only by charging forward would he have a chance of survival. Zhao Feng used teleportation to flee. At the same time, he would occasionally use the Eye of Heaven to observe his surroundings. However, search instruments have yet to be popularized, and ordinary true gods can't catch up to me at all. Zhao Feng did not panic and continued to flee. His space intent was at level 3, and with the boost of the space-time robe, it could reach level 4. Instant movement with level 4 space intent could cover an extremely long distance. Ordinary rank 5 true gods would be left in the dust. However, now that Zhao Feng's tracks had been discovered, an ancient god would definitely make a move. In the periphery of the Gulong Zone, the teleportation array of a peak 4-star force suddenly lit up. Whoosh! 3 silhouettes appeared from within it. That kid actually wants to leave the Gulong Zone. A middle-aged man whose body flickered with a purple jade light snickered. Don't laugh. Once that brat leaves the Gulong Zone, it will be even more troublesome to capture him. The other purple-skinned beauty wore a solemn expression. Humph! We must capture him before he leaves the Gulong Zone. The leading elder in the middle had cold eyes and a dignified expression. Yes, Ancient God Knight Dragon. The other two saw that Ancient God Knight Dragon was so serious and immediately nodded. Ancient God Knight Dragon was a rank 7 ancient god of Violet Night Hall. He had been sent to the periphery of the Gulong Zone to capture Zhao Feng. Of course, as a 5-star faction, Violet Night Hall had deep reserves. It had sent more than one team, and there were as many as 3 ancient gods among them. Although 3 ancient gods weren't much to Violet Night Hall, their target was just a quasi-god junior. Thus, this kind of force was more than enough. We've brought so many search instruments. When the time comes, even if that brat is hiding deep underground, we'll still be able to find him. The middle-aged man gave an embarrassed smile. Other than God Realm's sacred lands, 5-star factions were the hegemons of their zones. Almost all of them had existed for more than 100 million years. One could never underestimate their resources and reserves. For example, an ordinary faction would find it extremely difficult to make even one of these search instruments. Meanwhile, ancient God Blackheaven was also constantly using teleportation arrays to travel. In the recent period of time, the tool in his hand had been frequently connecting to the ancient God Seal. Haha, kid, it seems like you still don't know that your death is nigh. Ancient God Blackheaven couldn't help but savagely laugh. Along the way, ancient God Blackheaven heard more news about Zhao Feng. I didn't think that this person would be near my target. Perhaps I'll be able to take care of him when the time comes. Ancient God Blackheaven's lips curled into a smile. On the other side, Zhao Feng was still doing his utmost to flee. He had no idea that Violet Night Hall had mobilized such a large force, nor did he know that an ancient god expert had been tracking him for several years. The strongest expert of this nearby 4-star faction is only a rank 4 true god. As Zhao Feng fled, he was carefully inspecting the map in his mind. This nearby 4-star faction was about the same level as Sky Feather Island. This time, Zhao Feng slightly changed directions and headed straight for this 4-star faction. After all, his tracks had already been exposed, so there was no need to continue hiding. The ancient tower of black metal was guarded by several dozen experts, including a rank 3 true god. Suddenly, a spatial ripple came from the distant horizon. Swish! A figure leapt out from within. This is instant movement. A guard was so frightened by Zhao Feng's technique that he instinctively felt reverence, so much so that he forgot about Zhao Feng's appearance. Zhao Feng! It's Zhao Feng! Isn't that the person that's wanted throughout the Gulong Zone? The experts around the teleportation array were instantly thrown into a frenzy. A rank 3 true god flew into the air. They had always been the ones who strictly investigated the people using the teleportation array. No one had expected for Zhao Feng to use this sort of method to reveal himself. In another black metal palace, a rank 4 true god flew out with a heaven-shaking energy. Whoosh! Whoosh! A rank 3 true god and a rank 4 true god appeared in front of Zhao Feng and solemnly stared at Zhao Feng. Zhao Feng was only a quasi-god, but his arrival placed an unprecedented pressure on this 4-star faction. Even a rank 4 true god would not dare to be careless in front of Zhao Feng. When Zhao Feng's arrest warrant was issued to the entire Gulong Zone, it naturally explained Zhao Feng's strength and the number of helpers he had. I want to use the teleportation array. Zhao Feng had an indifferent expression as he looked down at the people below him. All was deathly still. Zhao Feng's words seemed to give them the impression that they could not defy him, delay him. The rank 4 true god of this faction messaged the other true gods. Suddenly, Zhao Feng moved. Swish, swish, swish. In a series of blurs, Zhao Feng passed by everyone and appeared on the teleportation array of the ancient tower of black iron. Hiss! Everyone was frozen to the spot, fear rising in their hearts. A quasi-god had casually passed through all of them and appeared on the teleportation array, and they hadn't even been able to see a trace of Zhao Feng, much less think about stopping Zhao Feng. Activate the array, or else everyone present will die. Zhao Feng's icy voice rang out once more. This time, all the members of this 4-star faction felt like they had been plunged into an ice house, their bodies powerless. A quasi-god had declared in front of all of them that he would slaughter everyone present, and none of them doubted that Zhao Feng could do it. If we send you away, we'll all die, the rank 4 true god helplessly said. If they sent Zhao Feng away, not only would the 4.5-star faction not let them go, Violet Night Hall would not let them go either. Then die. Zhao Feng immediately activated his sacred lightning body and 5 elements divine power, unleashing a massive palm of 5-colored lightning. Boom! Bang! The huge 5-colored lightning mountain pushed in a certain direction. Along the way, many members died miserably under this palm strike. Do it! The rank 4 true god barked. All the true god experts present immediately charged at Zhao Feng. Swish! With a wave of his silver robe, Zhao Feng summoned his other helpers. The Black Destruction Serpent Dragon only exuded a thin sliver of its destruction dragon race bloodline, but it was enough to completely suppress the bloodline energy of all the experts present. This really is the bloodline of the destruction dragon race. How could this be? That's one of the top 10 ancient bloodlines. The true god experts had been preparing to stop Zhao Feng, instantly dropped to the ground in fright. After all, the majority of these people were rank 1 and rank 2 true gods. Given their cultivation, how could they possibly resist the bloodline of a rank 3 destruction dragon? The only person who was slightly better off was the rank 4 true god. The information was correct. Zhao Feng still has many powerful helpers. Even if he encounters a rank 5 true god, he'll still be able to fight. The rank 4 true god sighed in amazement. At this moment, Zhao Feng activated his golden eye and used an illusion eye bloodline technique on a certain person. Thump! Thump! The demigod was completely powerless against Zhao Feng's illusion eye bloodline technique. His eyes were blank as he walked toward Zhao Feng. With the array activated, Zhao Feng's group left. After leaving, Zhao Feng continued to search for the next 4-star faction and forcefully use the teleportation array. Just like this, Zhao Feng continued to use instant movement, using the teleportation arrays of a few 4-star factions. After a few days, Zhao Feng arrived at the border of the Gulong Zone. Hurry and activate the teleportation array. Zhao Feng stood on the array platform and used an illusion eye bloodline technique to control a member of his faction. Everyone else could only stare at Zhao Feng and the people around him, not daring to do anything. After using this teleportation array, I'll be able to leave the Gulong Zone for good, Zhao Feng softly muttered. But at this moment, violet clouds began to churn in the distant horizon. The sky was instantly covered in a dark violet radiance, and the world seemed to be plunged into a violet night. An ancient god is here. Zhao Feng's eyes widened in shock. By exposing himself and forcefully using the teleportation arrays of a 4-star faction, he had sped up his journey, but he had also sped up the arrival of an ancient god expert. Swish! The array beneath Zhao Feng's feet was completely formed, and a layer of silver light engulfed Zhao Feng. "Hurry and stop him!" The newcomers were none other than the ancient god team from Violet Night Hall. They hadn't expected for Zhao Feng to expose himself and forcefully use the teleportation array. At this moment, a teleportation array near Zhao Feng also lit up. Through his profound space intent, Zhao Feng sensed that another ancient god expert was about to arrive. "Hurry and destroy the teleportation array." Upon seeing the ancient god of Violet Night Hall arrive, the members of the 4-star faction immediately disregarded their own lives and attacked. However, their attacks were incapable of breaking through the defenses of Zhao Feng's group. Swish! The figures of Zhao Feng's group vanished from the teleportation array. When Zhao Feng's group appeared on another teleportation array, he swung his fists at the nearby teleportation arrays and destroyed them. Chapter 1235. Only when Zhao Feng destroyed all the nearby teleportation arrays did he finally breathe a sigh of relief. He had now completely left the Gulong Zone and reached the Tianyin Zone. However, this did not mean that Zhao Feng was safe. It could only mean that he had escaped from the greatest danger. Zhao Feng! At this time, not far from the teleportation array, the 3 guards cried out in alarm. Although this place no longer belonged to the Gulong Zone, it was on the border of the Gulong Zone, so they naturally knew a little about the ruckus Zhao Feng had caused in the Gulong Zone. Of course, the people of the Tianyin Zone had never imagined that Zhao Feng would be able to escape the pursuit of so many factions of the Gulong Zone. It was rumored that the Gulong Zone's Zhao Feng had obtained a supreme treasure and imprisoned the quasi-gods and true gods of several dozen factions. The entire Gulong Zone was in an unprecedented state of shock. The 3 couldn't help but wonder what sort of treasure Zhao Feng had obtained. But this was just a thought. The 3 of them were only demigods. Zhao Feng could kill them with a snap of his fingers. At this moment, several dozen beams of white light flew out from the vast palace complex. These people were the upper echelon experts of this faction. They had sensed the astonishing vibrations coming from the teleportation array and immediately appeared. "Let's go!" Zhao Feng took the Black Destruction, Serpent Dragon, and the others into the space-time robe dimension and then used instant movement to leave. He hadn't teleported too far away. Even if Zhao Feng destroyed the teleportation array here, the Gulong Zone's ancient gods would be able to get here in no time. Instant movement. Zhao Feng! The eyes of the old patriarch of this faction widened in shock. Even he, a rank 4 true god, could not use instant movement. Thus, if Zhao Feng wanted to leave, no one present could stop him. Besides, they didn't dare to stop him. "Go and report this matter to the higher-ups," the old patriarch said to a middle-aged man next to him. The Tianyin Zone had no grudge with Zhao Feng, but Zhao Feng possessed a supreme treasure, so everyone was interested in him. Such an important matter naturally had to be reported to the factions above. After fleeing for several million miles, Zhao Feng heaved a sigh of relief. Even if the pursuers from the Gulong Zone chase me to the Tianyin Zone, it won't be easy for them to find me. Zhao Feng's expression calmed down a little as he slowed down. The factions that Zhao Feng had offended were all in the Gulong Zone. With a single command from Violet Night Hall, a third of the Gulong Zone's factions would have to obey their commands. But things were different in the Tianyin region. The Violet Night Hall could not influence the forces here at all. However, the Tianyin region and the Gulong region are neighbors. Some of the major powers here should know that I have a great treasure on me. Zhao Feng's expression froze. There was no one who was not interested in treasures. Even those who had no enmity with Zhao Feng would not hesitate to make a move if they knew that Zhao Feng was carrying a treasure. Thus, even though Zhao Feng had arrived at the Tianyin region, he still needed to keep a low profile. Therefore, Zhao Feng still chose to use the teleportation formation of an ordinary 4-star force to travel. Only after fleeing a certain distance did Zhao Feng dare to enter the nearby Exchange Spiritual Hall. One day, within the cultivation pagoda of the Exchange Spiritual Hall in the western region of the Tianyin region. Zhao Feng randomly chose a cultivation chamber and entered the space-time robe dimension. Master, could you take out some intent crystals so that I can advance my fire intent? The Black Destruction Serpent Dragon implored. No problem, Zhao Feng replied. The more time passed, the more resources the Black Destruction Serpent Dragon would need to recover its cultivation. It was better to give it some intent crystals to increase its strength so that the Black Destruction Serpent Dragon could slowly cultivate and recover its cultivation. At this moment, Zhao Feng's gaze fell to the side and his face froze. He had seen an egg. Zhao Feng did not remember that there was an egg among his cultivation resources, but Zhao Feng quickly remembered. The color and patterns of this egg were extremely similar to the egg Zhao Feng had obtained in the Floating Crest trial. The only difference was that this egg was a little larger. This is the little thieving cat? Zhao Feng's calm expression suddenly shifted. He had already noticed that something was wrong with the little thieving cat. He hadn't expected for the little thieving cat to turn into an egg on this trip. Correct. The Black Destruction Serpent Dragon nodded and gave the egg a strange glance. When the little thieving cat turned into an egg, it had been given quite a fright and had carefully observed it for a very long time. Does breaking into the heavenly divine realm require turning into an egg? Zhao Feng was rather speechless. The little thieving cat had mentioned before that it wanted to break into the heavenly divine realm, but Zhao Feng had not thought much of it. But Zhao Feng had never imagined that the little thieving cat would turn into an egg when breaking into the heavenly divine realm. Zhao Feng had also never heard of an ancient race turning into an egg when breaking into the heavenly divine realm, so he was rather shocked and curious. Bzzz. Zhao Feng couldn't help but use his left eye to inspect the egg. What a powerful obstacle! Zhao Feng's expression froze in shock. The obstacle in seeing through this egg was the same as when he saw through the five-colored palace. At the same time, a ripple came from the depths of Zhao Feng's soul. This was the connection between Zhao Feng and the little thieving cat through the pet contract. Zhao Feng could sense the little thieving cat's resistance. Zhao Feng did not continue to look through the egg-shaped little thieving cat. Swish! A five-colored crystal ball appeared in Zhao Feng's hand, and within it was a five-colored palace. With a thought, Zhao Feng entered the palace. A moment later, a wave of attacks swept toward Zhao Feng. Zhao Feng had already seen through everything. The moment he entered the five-colored palace, he circulated the power of the palace to protect himself. Release me! Let us out! Furious roars came from within the palace. After being trapped by Zhao Feng for so long, they found it hard to maintain a good state of mind. You're looking down on Violet Night Hall too much. It won't be long before the experts of Violet Night Hall capture you. When the time comes, you'll wish you were dead. Quasi-god Zi Feng of Violet Night Hall coldly stared at Zhao Feng. He had always believed that Zhao Feng would be captured by Violet Night Hall, and this five-colored palace would also end up in Violet Night Hall's hands. I forgot to tell you, but I'm currently in the Tianyin zone. Zhao Feng faintly smiled as he walked to the side. What, Tianyin zone? You actually left the Gulong zone. The experts imprisoned in the palace instantly felt their minds crumble. Even the eyes of some of the experts from the Violet Night Hall were filled with despair. Zhao Feng easily took a few intent crystals from various parts of the palace and then left. After handing the intent crystals to the Black Destruction Serpent Dragon, Zhao Feng went to Zhao Wan's side and gave him many intent crystals containing 5 elements intent. With the eye of myriad forms, these intent crystals were of even greater help to Zhao Wan than to Zhao Feng. Thump! Sitting cross-legged on the ground, Zhao Feng began to use the intent crystals to cultivate. As Zhao Feng gripped the intent crystals in his hand, he felt the 5 elements intent fill his mind, allowing his mind to comprehend them. What a shocking effect! Zhao Feng was pleasantly surprised. A few moments later, he sensed that his understanding of 5 elements intent had improved. Profundity crystals were the best materials for cultivating profundities. The lowest grade of profundity crystal could only be condensed by ancient God realm masters. Therefore, it was impossible for an ordinary 4-star force to have a profundity crystal. 4.5-star factions also had very few intent crystals, and they were usually only given to the top-class geniuses of their faction. As he cultivated 5 elements intent, Zhao Feng also divided his mind to cultivate other aspects. During the Gulong martial gathering, Zhao Feng had encountered many dangers. Under the pressure of life and death, he had squeezed out some of his potential. Now his cultivation was as smooth as flowing water, and his strength was steadily climbing. 1 month later, Zhao Feng left and continued on his way. Han Ning also indicated that she was still in danger and didn't want to be a burden to Zhao Feng, so she remained in Zhao Feng's illusion city, Little World. 5 years later, in the central region of the Tianyan region, outside the exchange spiritual hall managed by the Ghost River race, a man and woman arrived, attracting the attention of many nearby people. These two were naturally Zhao Feng and Han Ning. The two of them had already reached the central region of the Tianyan region and no longer needed to hide. And Zhao Feng didn't need to travel day and night. He would occasionally go to the exchange spiritual hall to relax. What a beautiful woman! The experts preparing to enter the exchange spiritual hall were all captivated by Han Ning's beauty and demeanor. There were also a few women who stared at Zhao Feng with a strange light in their eyes. Compared to when he first left the Gulong zone, Zhao Feng's overall strength had greatly increased. The most obvious difference was that Zhao Feng's 5 elements intent had reached the threshold of level 3, and the 11th level of the 5 elemental wind lightning technique had reached perfection. By relying on his 5 elements intent, which had all reached level 3, and his perfected 5 elements divine power, Zhao Feng now had the ability to contend against a rank 5 true god. My strength should be on par with the strongest prodigy of the Gulong zone, quasi-god Heaven Swallower. Zhao Feng revealed a smug expression. All of this was because of the profundity crystals in the entire palace. Thus, it could be said that Zhao Feng risking his life to swallow this crystal palace was worth it. After paying a certain amount of god crystals, Zhao Feng entered the exchange spiritual hall. First, Zhao Feng was still trying to think of a way to exchange for a map. Second, he was going to taste the delicacies of this exchange spiritual hall. But at this moment, the ancient god seal in Zhao Feng's interspatial dimension suddenly started to tremble, and the azure lines on its surface started to shine with a crystalline luster. What's going on? With a thought, Zhao Feng entered his interspatial dimension. This is not good. Zhao Feng suddenly thought of something, and his expression changed dramatically. When he first came to the ancient, desolate realm of gods, Zhao Feng rarely used the ancient god seal, so he gradually forgot about it. After all, in his view, the faction that true god Tian Fa belonged to was very far away and would never be able to find him. But at this moment, the change in the ancient god seal was like a warning bell that rang in Zhao Feng's mind. Let's go! Zhao Feng put Han Ning into his illusion city Little World and prepared to leave. But at this moment, the distant sky darkened. Whoosh! The furious howls of demons and ghosts came from the roiling black mist. The heaven-shaking pressure made everyone in the exchange spiritual hall tremble. In the center of this black mist floated a black-skinned, middle-aged man. The devilish purple tattoos on his face exuded an evil and dangerous aura. This person was none other than ancient god Black Heaven. An ancient god actually came to this exchange spiritual hall. I wonder which ancient god has come to this place. Sounds of discussions could be heard in the exchange spiritual hall. Everyone looked into the distance with reverence in their eyes. The Ghost River race behind this exchange spiritual hall was only a 4.5-star faction, so it was very rare to see an ancient god. Suddenly, the array formation around the exchange spiritual hall shattered with a loud rumble. What's going on? That ancient god expert destroyed the array. What does he want to do? Everyone in the exchange spiritual hall was instantly alarmed. They originally believed that this ancient god expert was just passing by, but it now appeared that something was wrong. Ha, it's you. Ancient god Black Heaven gripped a small piece of black metal in his hand. His eyes were focused on a golden-haired man in the exchange spiritual hall. Chapter 1236. The entire world was pitch black. Countless ghosts and spirits howled and howled, creating a sinister and dreadful scene. The countless experts in the exchange spiritual hall trembled in fear under the pressure of ancient god Black Heaven. They felt that this ancient god was the ruler of this world, and their lives were at the mercy of the ancient god. Whoosh! At this moment, the guardian of the Ghost River race flew out of the exchange spiritual hall. Senior, why are you targeting the Ghost River race's exchange spiritual hall? The rank 6 true god guardian of the exchange spiritual hall had a grim look in his eyes. True gods had 9 ranks, and the difference between the first 6 ranks wasn't very large. Many powerful true gods could contend against those 1 rank higher than them. However, the gap between a rank 6 true god and a rank 7 ancient god was as vast as the distance between the heavens and the earth. The rank 6 true god felt an immense pressure as he stared at the ancient god expert in the black void, his mind trembling in fear. This was because he could tell that this was the 82nd ranked Black Yao race of the 10,000 ancient races. Inside the exchange spiritual hall, Zhao Feng's fleeing steps came to a halt. He never would have imagined that true god Tian Fei's ancient soul hall would send out an ancient god expert. Zhao Feng had once faced an ancient god of Stellar Tower, but his intuition told him that this ancient god was even more terrifying and powerful. Boom! Hiss! Wings of lightning formed on Zhao Feng's back as he prepared to flee. Humph! Ancient god Black Heaven grunted, and then the entire world began to rumble. Boom! Bang! The wings of lightning on Zhao Feng's back were scattered. At the same time, Zhao Feng was assailed by an invisible wave of intent energy that inflicted some damage to his body and soul. The buildings around Zhao Feng were also pulverized by that powerful intent energy. So strong! Zhao Feng was stunned. At this moment, he sensed that all the lightning energy in the world had vanished. His lightning flash was useless. This was the power of an ancient god. The intent and divine power of an ancient god were so powerful that they could expel other types of energy from this space. Of course, it wasn't just Zhao Feng who was affected by ancient god Black Heaven. Some of the weaker people who were extremely close to Zhao Feng were almost killed. Senior, please stop. The rank 6 true god was rather depressed. He didn't understand why the ancient gods of the Black Yao race wanted to make trouble for the Ghost River race. Scram! Ancient god Black Heaven roared. Boom! An invisible black tornado swept toward the rank 6 true god. In a flash, the rank 6 true god was thrown back several thousand li, his body covered in wounds and his face stricken with fear. Ancient god Black Heaven's gaze fell on Zhao Feng. At this moment, Zhao Feng felt as though he was being suppressed by the heavens, bearing a tremendous pressure. His body could not move at all. Tell me, how did true god Tian Fei die? Ancient god Black Heaven coldly asked. True god Tian Fei was ancient god Black Heaven's descendant. He was extremely confused. How could someone of true god Tian Fei's strength and divine artifact fail the mission and even die? Thus, ancient god Black Heaven wanted to know the reason. Zhao Feng felt a chill run down his spine as he looked at this ancient god. This person was also a member of the Black Yao race and cared so much about true God Tian Fa. Zhao Feng did not dare to tell him that he had killed quasi-god Tian Fa. Right now, Zhao Feng was trying to think of a way to escape, but Zhao Feng discovered that in the face of such a powerful ancient god expert, he was powerless to resist. I can only do this. Zhao Feng's eyes darkened as he sent his mind into his left eye. Swish! A moment later, Zhao Feng's body vanished. Ancient god Black Heaven's face froze in shock, and then he gave a wicked smile. I didn't think that you would be hiding such a high-level dimension, although this dimension is extremely compatible with the dimensions of the ancient desolate realm of gods, and is almost perfectly hidden within. Do you really think that I can't do anything to you? Ancient god Black Heaven gave a strange laugh, appearing extremely happy. He originally pursued Zhao Feng to take back the ancient god seal, but now that he had obtained such a high-level dimension, how could he not be happy? I'll let you experience the power of an ancient god. Ancient god Black Heaven raised his head to the sky and laughed, his body seething with demonic energy. Run! Inside the exchange spiritual hall, countless experts were fleeing. When an ancient god took action, the heavens and earth would shatter. They didn't dare to linger around. Ancient god Black Heaven's black claws tore at the place where Zhao Feng had vanished. In a flash, all the energy in the world gathered at the place where Zhao Feng had vanished. Kaboom! This powerful attack, infused with high-level space intent, slammed into the air, causing it to fiercely shudder. In the ancient dream realm, Zhao Feng felt a stabbing pain in his left eye. This person is so strong. Zhao Feng immediately covered his left eye. On Sky Feather Island, the few true gods who were so narrow-minded and didn't even know how to use instant movement were naturally helpless against Zhao Feng, who was hiding in the ancient dream realm. However, Ancient Soul Hall's ancient god Black Heaven was an outstanding ancient god and possessed high-level space intent. He was able to sense Zhao Feng and unleash a destructive attack that shook the void and pierced through the dimension Zhao Feng was hiding in. And the ancient dream realm was the origin dimension of Zhao Feng's god eye, so it would constantly damage Zhao Feng's god eye. Swish! Zhao Feng put on the space-time robe and left the ancient dream realm. The place where Zhao Feng had appeared was still rippling with spatial energy, making it impossible to use instant movement. Just when Zhao Feng was preparing to flee again, he suddenly noticed something strange in the distance. The space-time robe. Ancient god Black Heaven was elated. It seemed like this trip hadn't been in vain. Whoosh! Quasi-god Black Heaven raised his left hand, prepared to kill Zhao Feng and take everything he had. I know how true god Tian Fa died. But at this moment, Zhao Feng suddenly spoke. Speak! Ancient god Black Heaven's face froze. I killed him. Zhao Feng chuckled. You're seeking death. Ancient god Black Heaven's face contorted into that of a wraith. He felt like Zhao Feng was playing with him. Just when ancient god Black Heaven was preparing to kill Zhao Feng. You don't dare to kill me! Zhao Feng smiled once more. The ancient god seniors of my race have arrived. You're dead for sure. Zhao Feng stared into the distance. At this moment, the worldly pressure of an ancient god slowly descended. The leader's body flashed with a violet light, and he held a search instrument in his hand. The crystalline ball of light on the search instrument was blinking at an extremely fast rate. The newcomer was none other than ancient god Night Dragon. Back when Zhao Feng fled the Gulong Zone, Violet Night Hall had lost all face among the 3 5-star factions of the Gulong Zone. Thus, after some discussion, Violet Night Hall dispatched several teams into the Tianyan Zone to conduct a secret search. Ancient god Night Dragon's team was one of them. They were certain that Zhao Feng believed that he had escaped his pursuers and would let down his guard. For this reason, Violet Night Hall's search party focused on the exchange spiritual hall. Coincidentally, just as ancient god knight dragon was about to arrive at this exchange spiritual hall, the search instrument detected something. Two ancient gods, and they don't seem to be from the Tianyan zone. What's going on? The overseer of this exchange spiritual hall, alarmed and confused, began to retreat. At the same time, the nearby experts also began to retreat. Ancient god Black Yao race. Ancient god knight dragons, eyes focused on ancient god Black Heaven. Not good. I didn't think that the ancient gods of the Tianyan zone would capture Zhao Feng first. Ancient god knight dragon messaged the other two true gods. The treasure on Zhao Feng can't fall into the hands of any other ancient god. The other rank 6 true god messaged. They believed that ancient god Black Heaven wanted to capture Zhao Feng for the 5-colored crystalline palace. However, this treasure was far too precious, and Violet Night Hall could not allow any other faction to obtain it. Moreover, in order to regain some face for Violet Night Hall, they could not return empty-handed. I'll hold him back. The rest of you, quickly kill Zhao Feng and then retreat. Ancient god knight dragon messaged the other two true gods. Violet Night race, you have nothing to do with this brat, right? Ancient god Black Heaven's expression darkened. In his view, Zhao Feng did not have the bloodline of the Violet Night race, so he couldn't possibly be a member of the Violet Night race. But at this moment, ancient god knight dragon charged at him, seeking death. Ancient god Black Heaven was instantly enraged. Ancient god Black Heaven had always restrained his temper in the other zones, but now an ancient god of the Violet Night race dared to directly attack him. In the distance, Zhao Feng gave a delighted smile. He also didn't know why an ancient god of Violet Night Hall would suddenly attack ancient god Black Heaven. Because space was unstable, Zhao Feng could not use instant movement, so he could only fly. At this moment, the other two true gods of Violet Night Hall charged at Zhao Feng. Brat, die for me. Ancient god Black Heaven had already made up his mind to kill. Ignoring ancient god Night Dragon, he slashed a claw at Zhao Feng. Kaboom! A massive claw made of violet-black winds tore through the sky and rumbled toward Zhao Feng. This ancient god is so strong. The two true gods of Violet Night Hall were alarmed and immediately retreated. Once this brat is dead, we'll take everything on his body, the middle-aged man said with a smile. The purple-skinned woman nodded. Boom! Bang! Ancient god Black Heaven's attack engulfed Zhao Feng. Something's wrong. The middle-aged man's brow creased. As the black-violet mist scattered, the 5-colored crystalline palace returned to Zhao Feng's hand. Meanwhile, Zhao Feng transformed into a streak of golden light and fled into the distance. After him, the purple-skinned woman grimaced and immediately set off. But after running a certain distance, Zhao Feng used instant movement to vanish. On the other side, ancient god Black Heaven and ancient god Night Dragon had already begun their battle. At this moment, the world for a radius of 10,000 li was flooded with black-violet light. So strong! Ancient god Night Dragon was alarmed. They were both ancient gods, but his opponent was much stronger. That brat didn't die. Ancient god Black Heaven scanned the area with his divine sense and realized that something was wrong. With his attack, just now, he was certain that Zhao Feng was doomed. But in the end, Zhao Feng used some sort of technique to block it and escape. Meanwhile, after using the 5-colored palace to block ancient god Black Heaven's attack, Zhao Feng put on the space-time robe and began to use instant movement. Behind him, the 2 rank 5 true gods of Violet Night Hall had lower space intent than Zhao Feng's, and they didn't have a treasure like the space-time robe, so they gradually lost track of Zhao Feng. Swish! A ripple appeared in the air, and Zhao Feng's figure emerged. It seems like I was too careless. I didn't think that Violet Night Hall would still not give up. but I have to thank them for helping me deal with the problem of ancient soul hull. Zhao Feng's expression was gloomy as he continued to flee. As he traveled, Zhao Feng sent his mind into his interspatial dimension and took out the God Sealing Stone to suppress the ancient God Seal. Chapter 1237. When Zhao Feng unexpectedly escaped from ancient God Black Heaven's attack, the two ancient gods began to communicate. Everything became clear. I was rude this time. Ancient God Knight Dragon was somewhat apologetic. He was the one who attacked first. So this kid also stole something from Ancient Soul Hall. Ancient God Knight Dragon continued. Of course, he didn't believe Ancient God Black Heaven's words. Zhao Feng was just a quasi-god. So how could he possibly be in the zone of Ancient Soul Hall and steal something from it? But Ancient God Knight Dragon only needed to know that Ancient God Black Heaven wasn't after the five-colored palace. Not good. That brat's escaped. Ancient God Knight Dragon received the messages from the other two ancient gods of Violet Night Hall, and his face turned somewhat angry. The two rank 5 true gods he had brought with him had been thrown off by Zhao Feng. Dish! The two ancient gods immediately used instant movement to flee. Good sir, be at ease. I have a special search instrument, and I also know where that brat is going. Ancient God Knight Dragon savagely laughed. After using instant movement to flee a certain distance, Zhao Feng immediately changed directions. The divine senses of ancient gods had a very wide range, and Ancient God Knight Dragon also had a search instrument. As long as they followed the same direction as Zhao Feng, they would quickly catch up. In this period of time, Zhao Feng used instant movement to travel. When he reached his limit, he would have Han Ning use the Eye of Life to help him recover. One day later, Zhao Feng decided to take a break. Ancient God, there will come a day when I will trample all of you beneath my feet. Zhao Feng's eyes were brimming with determination as he clenched his teeth. At present, his strength was on par with the strongest prodigy of the Gulong Zone, Sacred Lord Heaven Swallower. Since Sacred Lord Heaven Swallower was confident in attaining rank 4 of the Heavenly Divine Realm, Zhao Feng also had a chance. Directly attaining rank 4 of the Heavenly Divine Realm would make his path to becoming an ancient god extremely smooth. If nothing unexpected happened, he would be able to reach the peak of the ancient god realm. For this reason, Zhao Feng was confident that as long as he lived, he would be able to wash away the humiliation he had suffered. You can! On the side, Han Ning'er's eyes rippled as she continued to help Zhao Feng recover. Han Ning'er had never seen someone as talented as Zhao Feng. Along the way, she had witnessed Zhao Feng's miracles. She believed that Zhao Feng would definitely be able to do it. After recovering to his peak state, Zhao Feng continued on his way. This time he changed his route and was cautious along the way. For Ancient God Knight Dragon to coincidentally run into Zhao Feng meant that he definitely knew Zhao Feng's final destination. Zhao Feng was no fool and naturally realized this, so he changed his route. In the blink of an eye, 25 years had passed. The Xiling Zone was one of the most prosperous zones in the ancient, desolate realm of gods. There were 4 great 5-star forces, and each of them was extremely powerful. As for the uninhabited regions of the Xiling Zone, they either had exceptionally harsh environments or were occupied by extremely powerful Yao gods. At the border of the Xiling Zone, massive ancient trees towered into the clouds. From afar, the continuous layers of clouds looked like the lush leaves of this ancient forest. A team of 6 rapidly advanced through the gloomy forest. Everyone be careful. Quite a few teams that enter the Xiling Zone have suffered in the heaven-towering forest on the border. A gray-robed elder held a dark violet ring in his hand as he led the way. He had a head of dark red hair, and his body was covered in rather obvious violet scales. The other 6 members of the team all nodded. In this team of 6, the gray-robed elder was a rank 4 true god. The 2 muscular men were rank 3 true gods, and the remaining 3 youths were quasi-gods. Uncle He, with the Dark Soul Ring in your hand, what danger can we possibly face? A red-clothed girl in the group giggled. The other members of the team also smiled and said nothing. Uncle He nodded. The divine artifact in his hand, the Dark Soul Ring, could increase the range of his divine sense and conceal its aura. It was a rare divine artifact used for scouting, but nothing was absolute. Besides the 10,000 ancient races, there were also some extremely powerful Yao gods with innate abilities. At this moment, Uncle He's expression flickered. The entire team instantly stopped. Broom! A massive rumbling soon began to descend. Tens of thousands of li away from the team of 6, for figures rapidly flew past. One was black and the other 3 were violet. Ancient God Black Heaven and Ancient God Night Dragon. Wherever the trio passed, the world would change color and all obstacles in their path would be pulverized by the powerful shockwaves. Awoo! The panicked howls of Yao beasts came from various parts of the heaven-towering forest. Following this, the entire ancient woods were filled with a series of rumbling noises. What's that brat doing in the Xiling Zone? Ancient God Black Heaven asked. I heard that he's here to deliver the Eye of Life. He probably wants to use the Eye of Life to climb up to a major faction. Ancient God Night Dragon wasn't sure, so he could only guess. The 4 of them were like a sharp sword that could pierce through all, piercing through the heaven-towering forest and obliterating everything in their path. In the distance, the team of 6 stood in a daze. 2 of those 4 are ancient gods. Uncle He took in a deep breath and then said, Ancient gods. Several of the younger members of the team had looks of respect in their eyes. If they wanted to pass through the heaven-towering forest, they needed to be as cautious as ever. However, the team with ancient gods was using this crude and barbaric method to fly at full speed, ignoring everything. Let's keep going. Once the 2 ancient gods had left, Uncle He said, but the 6 didn't advance for long before they began to slow down. Uncle He's expression darkened as he scanned the area with his divine sense. Not good. 2 ancient god experts just passed by and caused the Yao beasts of the heaven-towering forest to go berserk. Uncle He had a rather nasty expression. How could this be? A red-clad girl's expression changed. Her watery eyes were filled with fear. Kaboom! Gradually, a ferocious demonic aura began to emanate from all over the place. Retreat. Wait for the Yao beasts to calm down before advancing. Uncle He immediately ordered. All the Yao beasts of the heaven-towering forest had been alarmed and were in a rather violent mood. If they recklessly advanced, they would only invite endless danger. Then the whole team huddled together, with the 3 weaker quasi-gods in the middle. The team formed a whole and quickly retreated. At this moment, several vicious figures with monstrous auras appeared in the clouds above the gloomy and primitive forest. Awoo! A massive golden griffin, accompanied by a golden storm, was the first to strike. Uncle He stepped forward, a dark red sword appearing in his hand, and he slashed out with a wave of heat. At the same time, some other powerful Yao beasts also charged forward. The strongest of these Yao beasts were rank 3 Yao gods. They were no match for Uncle He in a one-on-one fight, but they had the advantage in numbers. Boom! Bang! Crash! The team of 6 continued to block the attacks of the Yao beasts while rapidly retreating. But at this moment, Uncle He's eyes focused on a certain place in the clouds. Suddenly, the world began to churn as a massive black figure flashed toward them like a bolt of black lightning. Not good. It's a rank 4 Yao god Flash Eagle. Uncle He immediately called out. Before a rank 4 Yao god had appeared, he had been able to stabilize the situation, but now they had no chance of winning. The 6 immediately used their trump cards to hold back the Yao gods while retreating. 2 months later, 2 figures appeared in the towering forest on the border of the Xiling Zone. I've finally arrived, the Xiling Zone. Zhao Feng's eyes flashed. After 25 years, he had finally crossed 3 zones and arrived at the Xiling Zone. This was the longest journey Zhao Feng had ever taken. At this time, Zhao Feng's handsome and cold face was now more defined and robust, and his deep and calm eyes gleamed with a sharp light. "Why did you come to the Xiling Zone?" Han Ning asked with a smile. The two had experienced far too much on this journey, and their relationship had gradually grown closer. To find someone. Zhao Feng gazed into the distance. He hadn't expected that the ancient, desolate realm of gods would be so vast and that it would be so difficult to find someone. So much time had passed. He wondered how Yufei was doing. "Oh!" Han Ning saw a hint of tenderness in Zhao Feng's calm and deep eyes. For some reason, she felt a little disappointed. At this moment, Zhao Feng's eyes shifted as he looked to his right. Han Ning also slowed down as if she had heard something. "Good sir, please save us." At this moment, a soul voice flew toward Zhao Feng. "Let's go." Zhao Feng called out as he flew over. He knew nothing about the Xiling Zone, not even a map. Now was the perfect time to obtain this information from the person who had asked for help. The 6-man team was surrounded by 10 Fey immortals, and all of them were heavily injured. 2 quasi-gods. 2 muscular men in the team glanced at Zhao Feng and Elder He. Their gazes paused on Han Ning, for a few moments before they sighed. "Little brother, you should leave. There's a rank 4 Yao God and 4 rank 3 Yao Gods here. You can't help me." "Elder," he said with a frown. Just now he had relied on the dark soul ring to sense from a distance that other people were passing by, so he called for help. He hadn't expected for only 2 quasi-gods to appear. The others looked at Zhao Feng and Elder He, and their joyful expressions instantly darkened. 2 months ago, they had been entangled by these Yao gods and had been unable to escape. As the battle continued, they were gradually surrounded. If they hadn't made sufficient preparations, they would have died long ago. They had believed that they could be saved, but they realized that only 2 quasi-gods were passing by. Zhao Feng glanced at Elder He before flying forward. He's still coming? Is he seeking death?" The red-clothed girl said in surprise. Several Yao gods had already noticed Zhao Feng, and their eyes gleamed with savage light. "It seems like he really is seeking death. Unless he has the fighting power of a rank 3 quasi-god, it's useless." A rank 3 true god in the team said, "Seeking death." At this moment, one of the rank 3 Yao gods surrounding the team of 6 transformed into a savage black blur that lunged at Zhao Feng. At this moment, the team of 6 could already see Zhao Feng being torn apart. Zhao Feng stared at the rank 3 Yao god, his eyes suddenly exuding a cold and somber light. Boom! Hiss! Zhao Feng's right arm flashed with 5-colored lightning as he thrust out a palm. The gigantic 5-colored lightning palm shone with dazzling brilliance, dazzling to the eyes. The charging rank 3 Yao god collided with Zhao Feng's palm. A moment later, the rank 3 Yao god let out a shrill howl. The palm of 5-colored lightning slammed into the rank 3 Yao god, its enormous 5 elements wind, lightning energy. When the palm of lightning stopped, the rank 3 Yao god had been reduced to a scorched corpse. Chapter 1238. After killing a rank 3 Yao god with a single palm, Zhao Feng had no change in his expression. Although he had been constantly on the road for the last 25 years, he had not neglected his cultivation. Moreover, cultivating in the space-time robe dimension for 10 days was only 1 day in the outside world. Zhao Feng's 5 elemental wind lightning technique had reached perfection, and his palm just now contained the perfect fusion of 5 elements: wind, lightning, divine power. A trifling rank 3 Yao god was simply incapable of stopping a perfectly fused 5 elements, divine power. Moreover, Zhao Feng's 5 elemental wind lightning technique was already at the 12th level, making it even more destructive. Not far away, The 6-man squad and the 9 Yao gods that were fighting suddenly stopped. Elder, he stared in shock at Zhao Feng, and then at Han Ning, his eyes flashing. He knew that he had probably made an error in judgment this time. The muscular man who had said that Zhao Feng was not a rank 3 quasi-god and would be of no use now had his mouth wide open in disbelief. It appeared that Zhao Feng was not just a rank 3 quasi-god. The other red-clothed girl covered her mouth with her delicate, pink hands. She couldn't believe what she had just seen. She was also a quasi-god genius of her race, but compared to Zhao Feng, she was like comparing a firefly to the bright moon, the difference between the sky and the earth. Human, this matter has nothing to do with you. Mind your own business. The rank 4 Yao god Flash Eagle coldly glared at Zhao Feng and warned, his eyes glimmering with a savage light. He sensed that Zhao Feng was even stronger than this rank 4 true god. Good sir, please save us. The Scarlet Stripe race will definitely reward you handsomely. Uncle, he spoke once more. He had advised Zhao Feng to leave, but Zhao Feng had still come to help, so he was confident that Zhao Feng would not leave them in the lurch. Zhao Feng nodded in agreement. Everyone in the team was pleasantly surprised. He had just mocked Zhao Feng for overestimating himself, but now Zhao Feng was willing to help them. Zhao Feng's strength far surpassed that of a rank 3 quasi-god. With Zhao Feng's help, they would definitely be able to escape. You 3, go stop that human. The rank 4 Yao god Flash Eagle ordered the 3 Yao gods beside him. Whoosh! 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 Another 3 rank 3 Yao immortals charged at Zhao Feng. As for the remaining 6 Yao immortals, they attacked the Scarlet Stripe tribe with all their might. The Scarlet Stripe race team was heavily injured and had expended a lot of energy. As long as they dealt with these 6 people, they would not need to fear that strange blonde human. 3 rank 3 Yao immortals. This time, when 3 rank 3 Yao immortals charged at Zhao Feng, many of the Scarlet Stripe tribe members grew worried. Don't worry, he still has a companion, Uncle, he said immediately. With these words, the rest of the team relaxed. If Zhao Feng was so powerful, then the beautiful woman accompanying him was definitely no weakling. Boom! Bang! The battle began once more. The Scarlet Stripe race team had found a new lease on life, and their fighting power had multiplied as they charged at Flash Eagle's Yao immortals. Careful! There's something strange about this brat. The 3 rank 3 Yao immortals surrounding Zhao Feng did not attack blindly. The death of their companion was still clearly imprinted in their minds. This time, the 3 of them only needed to temporarily stop Zhao Feng. There was no need to fight to the death with Zhao Feng. But while they did not dare to move, Zhao Feng moved first. Whoosh! Hiss! Zhao Feng transformed into a bolt of lightning that instantly closed in on a rank 3 Yao immortal. So fast! Zhao Feng appeared in front of it, so fast that it had no time to react. Boom! Without another word, Zhao Feng waved his palm, and a 5-colored bolt of lightning coiled around the rank 3 Yao immortal like a giant python. This rank 3 Yao immortal excelled in speed, but Zhao Feng's attack pierced through the void and slashed at it. It could not be dodged. Ah! The rank 3 Yao immortal screamed and flew backward, a ghastly black scar on its body. Zhao Feng's gaze did not change as he looked at the second rank 3 Yao immortal. In 25 years, his space intent had broken through to the 4th level. Now he could skillfully apply space intent to his movement techniques and attacks, catching others off guard. When Zhao Feng heavily injured the rank 3 Yao immortal, the other 2 rank 3 Yao immortals immediately launched a thunderous attack at Zhao Feng. 2 claw lights with monstrous, demonic qi sneaked at Zhao Feng's back. The 2 vicious attacks were about to tear Zhao Feng to shreds. Whoosh! Hiss! Zhao Feng's body crackled with lightning, and with a boom, he flashed several li away. Your attacks can't even keep up with my speed. Zhao Feng jeered at the 2 Yao immortals. Zhao Feng had always been skilled in speed, and now that he had fused his profound space intent with it, he could rely on his speed alone to dodge the attacks of rank 3 true gods. What a profound space intent! On the other side, Uncle He's eyes flashed. Zhao Feng was only a quasi-god, but he had already comprehended the extremely difficult space intent. Moreover, he seemed to be even more accomplished than him. The 3 quasi-gods of the Scarlet Stripe race were stunned by these words. Of the 3 of them, only 2 had just comprehended fire intent, but this was because of their bloodlines. They simply could not comprehend the more profound space intent. Damn, this brat! The rank 4 Flash Eagle could also see that Zhao Feng was a troublesome opponent. It was skilled in light intent and space intent, but it believed that in terms of speed, it could not compare to Zhao Feng. Let's finish this quickly. Zhao Feng threw aside the 2 rank 3 Yao Immortals and charged into the encircled Uncle He's team. Force back the rank 4 Yao Immortals first. Zhao Feng calmly said. Zhao Feng and Uncle He worked together to launch a fierce assault on the Flash Eagle. Zhao Feng's attacks were infused with space intent, making it impossible for the Flash Eagle to dodge. The Flash Eagle's body was only average, and after being struck a few times by Zhao Feng's 5 elements divine power, it began to feel weak. Moreover, the Flash Eagle sensed that Zhao Feng was not even seriously fighting with it. From start to finish, he had not used any supreme techniques. Let's go! The Flash Eagle screeched as it retreated. With the rank 4 Flash Eagle gone, the other Yao Immortals could only retreat. With the Yao Immortals retreating, the Scarlet Stripe race relaxed, their bodies going limp. After all, they had been trapped for 2 months and were exhausted. Many thanks for your Excellency's assistance. Is there anything you 2 need help with? If the Scarlet Stripe race can help, we will do our utmost. Uncle He said with a smile. That's right. Big brother, why are you going to the Xiling Zone? The red-clothed girl immediately walked over and stared in surprise at Zhao Feng. Zhao Feng didn't seem very old, but he possessed astonishing fighting power and had even comprehended space intent. Shut up, little she! Uncle He immediately barked. Zhao Feng's strength was not as simple as that of a rank 3 quasi-god. He was assuredly a peak 4-star genius, perhaps even a genius of a 5-star faction. The Scarlet Stripe race could not compare to him. She was far too impulsive to directly ask about the purpose of this trip. She pursed his lips and said no more. We're going to the Xiling Zone to find a doctor. Zhao Feng straightforwardly said. This was the first time the pair had come to the Xiling Zone. They had no map and didn't know many people. However, the spirit grass gate that Han Ning belonged to had once sent a disciple extremely talented in the medicine, Dao, to the Xiling Zone tens of thousands of years ago. If Han Ning could find a senior from her sect, everything would be fine. What a coincidence! We're also going to the Xiling Zone to find a doctor. The red-clothed girl exclaimed before Uncle He could say anything. After asking, the Scarlet Stripe race learned that Zhao Feng did not know where that doctor was or which faction he belonged to. We're also going to a medicine Dao faction. Why don't the 2 of you come with us to Universal Salvation Hall? Perhaps there's someone there who knows the doctor you're looking for. Uncle He said after a few moments of thought. Zhao Feng possessed extraordinary strength and a limitless future. For this reason, Uncle He wanted to befriend him, so he would help him if he could. Okay. Zhao Feng thought for a few moments before agreeing. They had just come to the Xiling Zone and were unfamiliar with the place and people. They wanted to find Han Ning, or his seniors, but they had no idea where to start. If Han Ning, or his seniors were doing well, they could easily find them through a few doctors. Zhao Feng set off with the Scarlet Stripe race team. Big brother, is this beautiful big sister as strong as you? She giggled as she examined Han Ning, along the way. She was the number 1 beauty of the Scarlet Stripe race, but every time she saw Han Ning, she felt ashamed of her beauty, which she had always been so proud of. Along the way, the other men in the team constantly glanced at Han Ning, infatuation in their eyes. In the life and death battle just now, they had no time to pay attention to Han Ning. Now that they were out of danger, they truly realized how beautiful Han Ning was. Although Han Ning had not said a word, she had a wondrous affinity with them. Standing at her side made them feel relaxed and happy, and their injuries healed even faster. I'm not skilled in battle. I just know a bit of medicine. Han Ning took the initiative to speak. These words caused the eyes of the 6 members of the team to shine. Doctors were an extremely popular profession in the ancient, desolate realm of gods. This was because conflicts between factions of the ancient, desolate realm of gods were far too common. The Scarlet Stripe race had gone to the Xiling Zone, this time to ask for medicine to treat a heavily injured expert of their race. "Miss Han, if you don't mind, please take a look at my injuries," a muscular man in the team said with a smile. The others also expressed their hope that Han Ning could treat them. Their injuries were extremely severe, and the beautiful Han Ning was also a doctor. This was the perfect topic for them to strike up a conversation with. Han Ning did not refuse. She examined their injuries, took out some spirit medicines, and used a secret art to treat their injuries. She came from Spirit Grass Gate, so even without using the Eye of Life, treating some injuries was no problem. Miss Han's medical skills are so superb. Could you be a doctor from some Medicine Dao faction? These men couldn't help but praise. Because Han Ning had the Eye of Life, her healing abilities were much more effective, so her medical skills were truly not bad. On the way, the members of the Scarlet Stripe race enthusiastically conversed with Zhao Feng and Han Ning. After all, in their view, Zhao Feng was powerful and had limitless potential. Meanwhile, Han Ning was a superb doctor and a stunning beauty, so she was certain to become an outstanding doctor in the future. The group quickly passed through the heaven-towering forest. The Yao beast attack on the Scarlet Stripe race team earlier was caused by 2 ancient gods, causing the Yao beasts to go berserk. Now that the team had more people, the Yao beasts didn't dare to make trouble. 2 ancient gods. Zhao Feng was rather surprised. Ancient gods were very rare. Other than those ancient gods pursuing Zhao Feng, he had never seen any other ancient gods before. But the Scarlet Stripe race had suddenly encountered 2 ancient gods. This made Zhao Feng's heart tremble, and he began to think. Chapter 1239. Universal Salvation Hall was a 4.5-star faction on the outskirts of the Xiling Zone. Because the ones in charge of Universal Salvation Hall were doctors, the status of this faction was even more special and lofty. All the surrounding factions had people who had been treated by Universal Salvation Hall's doctors, and some of the more famous doctors of Universal Salvation Hall had even treated the upper echelons of peak 4-star factions. Thus, while the surrounding factions fought for resources and fought countless battles, they basically did not disturb Universal Salvation Hall. One day, Zhao Feng followed the Scarlet Stripe race group to this Medicine Dao faction. Universal Salvation Hall was located at the base of a cliff, surrounded by green mountains and clear waters. It exuded all kinds of strange fragrances. "We're finally here." "Uncle," he revealed, a hint of joy. Along the way, Zhao Feng learned that the Scarlet Stripe race patriarch seemed to be afflicted by some strange poison that required special methods to restrain, so he was unable to leave. The Scarlet Stripe race lived on the outskirts of a large zone adjacent to the Xiling Zone and was not very far from Universal Salvation Hall. Thus, the Scarlet Stripe race sent a small team to Universal Salvation Hall on the outskirts of the Xiling Zone to seek treatment. Outside the Universal Salvation Hall, people were questioned and interrogated by the guards one after another. They were all from the surrounding areas and had come to seek treatment. Zhao Feng's group lined up at the back of the long line. "I didn't think that a group of doctors could form a faction." Zhao Feng smiled as he looked at the dazzling Universal Salvation Hall. In Zhao Feng's view, The fundamental reason was that the ancient, desolate realm of gods was too unpeaceful. Factions below peak 4-star frequently fought each other. Compared to the continent zone, a powerful doctor was even more useful in the ancient, desolate realm of gods. Soon, it was Zhao Feng's group's turn. "What are you doing?" Zhao Feng's group was stopped by 3 guards. These 3 guards were only demigods, but they showed no fear when they looked at Uncle He's group of true god experts. "We are from the Scarlet Stripe race and have come to Universal Salvation Hall to seek treatment. Elder Chin of Universal Salvation Hall's outer sect knows us." Uncle He immediately said. A guard then picked up a communication token and communicated with the person in charge of the hall. After confirming that there were no mistakes, they were finally allowed to pass. Not long after, Zhao Feng's group entered Universal Salvation Hall and saw the Elder Chin that Uncle He spoke of. Uncle He immediately told him about the Scarlet Stripe tribe's patriarch's illness. "Your patriarch is afflicted with the morning soul flame poison. This poison can only be cured by a high-ranking doctor in the Universal Salvation Hall's inner court." Elder Chin revealed a troubled expression. The expressions of the Scarlet Stripe race members did not look too good. According to Elder Chin, they needed to invite a rank 5 Universal Salvation Hall doctor with superb medical skills. Furthermore, they needed to invite a doctor into the tribe to personally treat the Scarlet Stripe tribe's patriarch. Originally, it was already extremely expensive to hire such a doctor, and all kinds of natural treasures were their expenses. Now that they had to invite the doctor back, they would have to pay the doctor extra for the time they wasted. However, for the sake of the Scarlet Stripe tribe's patriarch, there was no other way. Then, Elder Chin prepared to lead the crowd to the inner area. During this time, Zhao Feng had asked the elder if he knew the elder from the same sect as Han Ning'er, but the elder had never heard of him. Under Elder Chen's guidance, Zhao Feng and the others arrived at the inner court of the Universal Salvation Hall. The inner court of the Universal Salvation Hall was very quiet, and the air was filled with a strange fragrance. A casual breath of it would make one feel extremely comfortable, as if it had some special healing effect. In an antique pavilion, the Scarlet Stripe tribe members stood cautiously to the side. In front of them sat a doctor dressed in a white robe. At this time, he was sipping a mouthful of fragrant tea. His calm and proud gaze fell on the crowd. "Curing the poison will cost 600 mid-grade divine crystals. You will be responsible for all the medicinal herbs consumed. In addition, this trip will waste at least 2 years of my time, so you will need to pay me an additional 400 mid-grade divine crystals," the white-robed doctor said indifferently. To the side, Zhao Feng was stunned. Not including the cost of medicinal herbs, the Scarlet Stripe tribe needed to pay 1,000 mid-grade divine crystals, which was equivalent to 100,000 low-grade divine crystals. He remembered that when Zhao Feng cultivated in the cultivation tower for a month, he had only spent 100 low-grade divine crystals. But now, curing a single poison would cost 100,000 low-grade divine crystals. This was no small sum for a 4.5-star faction. Now that I've come to the Xiling Zone, it's about time for Zhao Hui to join a medicine Dao faction. Zhao Feng thought to himself. Only in this sort of faction could Zhao Hui's medicine Dao rapidly mature and be of use to Zhao Feng. The 3 quasi-gods of the Scarlet Stripe race were dumbfounded by this number. Only Uncle He and the other 2 rank 3 true gods remained silent, their eyes gloomy. Before coming, Elder Chun had given them a rough estimate of the cost. It should have been 60,000 low-grade divine crystals, which was in line with the price they had in mind. But this white-robed doctor's price was too high. You have to realize that your patriarch is an ancient god. This price is already considered cheap. The white-robed doctor looked at their faces and gave a disdainful smile. He had seen this sort of situation many times before. "Think it over and give me an answer." With these words, the white-robed doctor took his leave. "Good sir, please wait." At this moment, Zhao Feng spoke. The white-robed doctor that had just walked past Zhao Feng stopped and arrogantly looked at Zhao Feng. But suddenly, the doctor's gaze shifted to Han Ning, who was standing next to Zhao Feng, and a sharp light flashed through his eyes. Han Ning was not only devastatingly beautiful, but her entire body exuded a pure vitality. This was definitely an excellent constitution for cultivating the medicine Tao. The white-robed doctor had never seen a constitution as suited to cultivating the medicine Tao as Han Ning was. I wish to ask Senior about a person. Zhao Feng suddenly said, "This is not the place to ask about information." The white-robed doctor impatiently glanced at Zhao Feng, and then he continued to examine Han Ning. Zhao Feng's brow creased. The doctors here were far too heartless. He couldn't even ask about a single person. "Little girl, are you willing to stay in Universal Salvation Hall? This old man just happens to be lacking a disciple. If you are willing to stay, you can directly become a core disciple of Universal Salvation Hall." The white-robed doctor immediately turned to Han Ning, a smile on his face. He was confident that Han Ning had already seen the noble status of a doctor and would definitely not refuse his invitation. But to his surprise, Han Ning turned a questioning gaze to Zhao Feng. "No, we have other matters to attend to." Zhao Feng's face was cold as he directly refused. Han Ning possessed the Eye of Life, so how could she stay in a 4.5-star faction? Moreover, even if it was a medicine Tao faction, a 4.5-star faction was not something that Zhao Feng could use to contact the spiritual race. En route, Zhao Feng learned from the Scarlet Stripe race group that the spiritual race was a 5-star faction of the Xiling Zone. Zhao Yufei's spiritual race bloodline had caused a spiritual race expert to descend to the lower realms and take her away. From this, one could see just how much importance the spiritual race placed on Zhao Yufei. She was not someone that Zhao Feng could meet just because he wanted to. The white-robed doctor instantly grimaced at Zhao Feng's refusal. "Little girl, you can reconsider. Universal Salvation Hall is the strongest 4.5-star faction in this area. Even some peak 4-star factions will give Universal Salvation Hall some face." The white-robed doctor ignored Zhao Feng and continued to persuade Han Ning. "Let's go," Zhao Feng calmly said, and then he bid farewell to the Scarlet Stripe race group. Zhao Feng had come to this 4.5-star faction because he wanted to find Han Ning, seniors through this doctor. Of course, there were many other ways to find someone. "Slow down. She must stay," the white-robed doctor barked, the pressure of a rank 5 true god spreading out. The Scarlet Stripe race group was stunned. They had brought Zhao Feng and Han Ning here, but they hadn't expected for Zhao Feng and Han Ning to end up in such a quarrel with this doctor. Moreover, this person was a rank 5 true god and a doctor, and this was Universal Salvation Hall. They didn't dare to stop him. Zhao Feng's brow creased, his eyes flashing with cold light. With his current strength, he had no need to fear a rank 5 true god, and his opponent was a rank 5 true god who was not skilled in combat. Crucially, Universal Salvation Hall was a 4.5-star faction with an ancient god presiding over it. Moreover, Universal Salvation Hall had an extremely high prestige in this area. If Zhao Feng angered Universal Salvation Hall, he would be provoking all the factions in the area. Zhao Feng had only just arrived in the Xiling Zone, so he really didn't want to cause a ruckus like this. Can you detain her?" Zhao Feng's expression relaxed as he sneered. "Universal Salvation Hall can't detain her." The white-robed doctor's face twitched at the sight of Zhao Feng's expression. A trifling quasi-god dared to speak to him like this? At this moment, the white-robed doctor even wanted to detain these two and kill Zhao Feng while he imprisoned Han Ning, to slowly persuade her. However, the Scarlet Stripe race group was still nearby. If he did this, he would have to get rid of them as well. Zhao Feng looked at Han Ning, and nodded. Han Ning, Er's dark green eyes instantly focused on the white-robed doctor. All of a sudden, her eyes sparkled with a layer of green light. A flow of immense life, power, Upanishad, diffused from her. This pure life intent made everyone present feel refreshed, their blood flow faster, and their organs feel extremely comfortable. It was as if their lifespan had been increased by several dozen years. Several dozen years of lifespan wasn't much to a true god, but to be able to increase their lifespan by several dozen years just by being touched by this intent energy was rather absurd. The 6 members of the Scarlet Stripe race stared in shock at Han Ning, confused as to how she could have such an ability. But the white-robed doctor was completely dumbfounded, his eyes bulging as he stared at Han Ning, his breathing ragged. At the same time, several powerful divine senses shot out of Universal Salvation Hall's inner sanctum and swept over the hall. When they saw Han Ning-er's eyes, they immediately stood up and leaped out. In a flash, 2 rank 5 true gods and 1 rank 6 true god appeared in the hall. The members of the Scarlet Stripe race trembled in fear. They had no idea why so many true god experts had come to this place. "Good sir, may I ask if you are a descendant of the life god I?" At this moment, the rank 6 true god with 2 green horns and a goatee whispered, "The Eye of Life." The Scarlet Stripe race members all stared at Han Ning, and when they saw her eyes twinkling with dark green light, they gasped. Chapter 1240. If the descendants of the 8 great god eyes didn't display their abilities, it would be very difficult to tell them apart. This was why no one had noticed that Han Ning was a descendant of the Eye of Life. Within the hall, Han Ning, who had activated her Eye of Life, was like the goddess of life of this forest. She was bathed in green vitality, divine and flawless. Big Sister Han is actually a descendant of the Eye of Life. She of the Scarlet Stripe race had her mouth wide open, her eyes brimming with reverence. In her eyes, God Eye descendants were comparable to the top 50 bloodlines of the 10,000 ancient races, the noblest of bloodlines. Now, she would not compare herself to Han Ning-er. How could this be? The white-robed doctor was stunned for long while before finally spitting out these words. With the Eye of Life, even if one didn't study the medicine Tao, they could still rely on their eyes to easily treat the various injuries and illnesses of others. Once they began to study the medicine Tao, the abilities of the Eye of Life could be used to their fullest potential. A doctor with the Eye of Life was undoubtedly the most important person in the ancient, desolate realm of gods. Universal Salvation Hall could be considered a 4.5-star faction in the area, but it truly couldn't contain a descendant of the Eye of Life. Once other major factions discovered that Universal Salvation Hall had an Eye of Life descendant, they might throw caution to the wind and attack Universal Salvation Hall to steal away the Eye of Life descendant. Elder Shu, the rank 6 true god of Universal Salvation Hall, fiercely called out. The white-robed doctor trembled. "Young lady, this Shu was blind. What I said just now was just a joke. Please don't take it to heart." The white-robed doctor greeted her with a smile. Once a person with the Eye of Life entered a powerful faction, they would receive their full support and their future achievements would surpass any doctor of Universal Salvation Hall. The members of the Scarlet Stripe race stared in shock at the white-robed doctor. This arrogant and disdainful inner sect doctor was now bowing his head and apologizing to Han Ning. The contrast between the past and the present was simply too great. Was it a joke? Just now, Elder Shu almost attacked this junior. At this moment, Zhao Feng sneered. If he hadn't told Han Ning, to use the abilities of the Eye of Life, this Elder Shu might have already attacked them. Misunderstanding. The white-robed doctor smiled awkwardly, but in his heart he was cursing Zhao Feng. "May I know why the 2 of you are here?" The rank 6 true god of Universal Salvation Hall asked. Just now, Universal Salvation Hall's Elder Shu had obviously offended these 2 young men. Thus, This rank 6 true god hoped that he could do his best to help Zhao Feng and Luo Ruoxin in exchange for a favorable impression. I wonder if Senior has heard of you, Bingqing? Han Ning put away her eye of life and asked, You Bingqing, could it be that you're talking about the life origin sex Elder Yu? After a few moments of silence, the rank 6 true god's eyes flashed with a sharp light, and he became even more enthusiastic about Han Ning. The life origin sect was also a faction that focused mainly on doctors. However, it was a peak 4-star great sect, and its fame spread far and wide. I'm not sure. I only know this person's name. Han Ning shook her head. From the appearance of this rank 6 true god, Yu Bingqing seemed to be extremely famous. Zhao Feng's expression was unperturbed. The name was the same, but that did not mean that he was the person Han Ning was looking for. Soon after, Zhao Feng and Luo Ruoxin requested that the rank 6 true god of Universal Salvation Hall send a letter to Elder Yu of the Life Origin Sect. The letter explained some of Han Ning Oi's situation. If this Elder Yu really was the senior of the same sect that Han Ning was looking for, he would naturally make some arrangements. During this period, Zhao Feng and Luo Ruoxin took up residence. One day, the 6 members of the Scarlet Stripe race prepared to return. This time, it was all thanks to Brother Zhao. The Scarlet Stripe race is eternally grateful. The Scarlet Stripe race gratefully bid farewell to Zhao Feng and Luo Ruoxin. Traveling with them was the white-robed doctor of Universal Salvation Hall. At the request of Universal Salvation Hall, he had gone to the Scarlet Stripe race to treat the Scarlet Stripe race patriarch's poison for free. Goodbye, Brother Zhao, Sister Han. She waved her hand and bid farewell to Zhao Feng and Luo Ruoxin. The white-robed doctor had a mournful expression on his face as he followed the Scarlet Stripe race out of Universal Salvation Hall. Just wait. It won't be long before there's news. Zhao Feng said to Han Ning, before returning to his own residence. Swish! Zhao Feng took out the space-time robe and entered its dimension. Nearby, the little thieving cat's egg was still quietly lying there, motionless. Master! The Black Destruction Serpent Dragon respectfully said. In the last 25 years, Zhao Feng had spent most of his time traveling, but the Black Destruction Serpent Dragon had truly been cultivating in the space-time robe for 250 years. Its cultivation had already recovered to the level of a rank 5 true god, only 1 rank away from its peak. In this period of time, the Black Destruction Serpent Dragon had used quite a few intent crystals, so its fire intent was even stronger than it had been at its peak. On the other side, Zhao Wang was still cultivating, his face callous and his eyes frighteningly sinister. Zhao Hui was reading books, identifying herbs, and analyzing their properties. Zhao Wan was responsible for expanding the ancient dream realm and providing cultivation resources for everyone else. Zhao Feng went to his usual cultivation area and seated himself cross-legged on the ground. Swish! 2 translucent crystal pearls floated in front of Zhao Feng, crackling with countless arcs of lightning. These were the lightning god crystals that Xan Wuheng had given to Zhao Feng. He had duplicated many of them for his cultivation needs. The 12th level of the 5 elemental wind lightning technique. 5 elements tribulation lightning divine power. Fuse lightning energy infused with tribulation lightning intent into the 5 elements divine power to increase its destructive power. Zhao Feng circulated the 5 elemental wind lightning technique, absorbing the tribulation lightning energy from the lightning god crystals and fusing it into the divine power vortex in his body. The 12th level was the final level. Once it was completed, the technique would be perfected. At that time, Zhao Feng would break into the true god realm. Swish! While Zhao Feng was cultivating the 5 elements tribulation lightning divine power, he was also using this divine power and tribulation lightning energy to refine the sacred lightning body. The sacred lightning body had a total of 7 levels, and Zhao Feng had already reached the peak of the 7th level, only a step away from perfection. However, this step was very difficult to cross. Ordinary tribulation, lightning energy, could no longer refine it. 5 days later, Universal Salvation Hall sent a message. The Life Origin Sect's elder Yu Truly was a senior from the same sect as Han Ning. I didn't think that the two of you really would know Elder Yu of the Life Origin Sect. If this is the case, Miss Han will be greatly nurtured in the Life Origin Sect, and her future will be bright. The rank 6 true god of Universal Salvation Hall said with a smile. Even the ancient god expert of Universal Salvation Hall came out of seclusion to meet with the pair. That night, Universal Salvation Hall held a banquet for Zhao Feng and Han Ning. Many of Universal Salvation Hall's doctors and the young geniuses of the nearby factions gathered. After the night, Universal Salvation Hall personally sent people to escort Zhao Feng and Han Ning to the peak 4-star faction, the Life Origin Sect. Once you're at the Life Origin Sect, don't rely too much on this senior. You have to rely on yourself for everything. On the way, Zhao Feng warned. The letter sent by Universal Salvation Hall did not clearly state that Han Ning was a descendant of the Eye of Life. If this was clearly stated, the Life Origin Sect's Yu Bingqing would probably come in person. From this, one could see that Yu Bingqing's attitude toward Han Ning was very ordinary. When are you going to find the person you're looking for? Han Ning lowered her head and softly asked. When she arrived at the Xiling Zone, Han Ning believed that Zhao Feng would be leaving soon. Very soon. Zhao Feng simply replied, using Universal Salvation Hall's reputation. Zhao Feng's group continued to use teleportation arrays. 2 months later, the group smoothly arrived at the Life Origin Sect. With the introduction of a member of Universal Salvation Hall, the pair met with Elder Yu of the Life Origin Sect. This Elder Yu had the appearance of a middle-aged man and was dressed like a doctor, but he had a more medical aura than the white-robed doctor of Universal Salvation Hall. Elder Yu was a rank 6 true god, only 1 step away from becoming an ancient god. But this step was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Senior Yu, I am a disciple of Spirit Grass Gate. Han Ning took the initiative to say, you? Elder Yu's indifferent gaze immediately turned to Han Ning and began to carefully examine her. He originally believed that Spirit Grass Gate knew that he was doing well here, so it had sent a few disciples for him to support. He hadn't expected for Spirit Grass Gate to send such a beauty. Moreover, Han Ning's constitution was extremely unique, a perfect constitution for cultivating the medicine Tao. Elder Yu gazed at Han Ning with an infatuated look in his eyes. This woman is devastatingly beautiful and has a unique constitution. She has a great future ahead of her. She can be my cultivation companion. Elder Yu began to calculate in his mind. Before this, Elder Yu had wanted to find a companion and use a secret dual cultivation technique to help him break through into the ancient god realm. Han Ning, who had delivered herself to his doorstep, had an impeccable appearance and an excellent constitution. Senior Yu, I am a descendant of the Eye of Life. Han Ning slightly activated her Eye of Life and said. In front of her, Elder Yu, who had been carefully examining Han Ning, suddenly froze, his body going stiff as he stared into Han Ning's dark green eyes. After a long while, Elder Yu revealed a pleasantly surprised smile. Good. This was all Elder Yu could say after a long while. Her gaze remained fixed on Han Ning, unable to shift away. The Eye of Life. Haha. You will definitely receive an important position in the Life Origin Sect. Elder Yu laughed in pleasant surprise. After that, Han Ning and Elder Yu chatted about the Spirit Grass Gate. In Han Ning's heart, Elder Yu was a member of Spirit Grass Gate, so she treated him as a respected elder and told him everything that had happened to Spirit Grass Gate. Relax, I will make Yellow Dragon Pavilion pay a price. Elder Yu solemnly vowed to Han Ning. After chatting for a long while, Elder Yu's gaze finally fell on Zhao Feng. It was young Master Zhao who safely escorted me to the Xiling Zone. Han Ning hastily introduced. Many thanks to this little brother for the journey. If you have any needs or requests, please ask. This you will agree to anything within my power. Elder Yu attentively stared at Zhao Feng as he courteously said. He could naturally tell that Zhao Feng was not ordinary. Otherwise, how could a quasi-god have safely escorted Han Ning to the Xiling Zone? Moreover, he could also tell that Han Ning was rather interested in this golden-haired boy. Has Senior heard of the spiritual races Zhao Yufei? Zhao Feng bluntly asked. This Elder Yu was an elder of a peak 4-star faction and a doctor. He had many connections and might be able to help Zhao Feng. You know her? Elder Yu's expression suddenly shifted as he stared in shock at Zhao Feng, deep doubt in his eyes. Zhao Feng's mind jolted. From Elder Yu's expression, he could tell that Zhao Yufei truly was with the spiritual race faction of the Xiling Zone. Chapter 1241. You know her. Elder Yu's expression suddenly shifted as he stared in shock at Zhao Feng, deep suspicion in his eyes. The spiritual race was one of the 4 5-star factions of the Xiling Zone, and he recognized some of its heavyweight prodigies. Among them, the spiritual race's Zhao Yufei was an extremely extraordinary individual. She stood above all but one, and she was the hope of the spiritual race's future. Impossible. This brat can't possibly know Zhao Yufei. Elder Yu inwardly rejected this idea. Zhao Feng came from the Gulong Zone, and his bloodline was ordinary. How could he possibly be related to Zhao Yufei of the Xiling Zone? Elder Yu was even more convinced that Zhao Feng was an admirer of Zhao Yufei, that he viewed her as the goddess of his dreams and simply wanted to meet her. Zhao Yufei of the spiritual race. Han Ning softly muttered in surprise. She knew that this was the person Zhao Feng was looking for, and this person was actually in the spiritual race of 5-star faction. It was no wonder Zhao Feng was so concerned about her that he would travel such a great distance to meet her. Is there any way for me to meet her or contact her? Zhao Feng directly asked. Zhao Feng estimated that this elder Yu would not be able to help him. Thus, if Zhao Feng was really unable to help Elder Yu with his urgent question, Zhao Feng would immediately leave and find another way. This, Elder Yu's brow creased in silence. The spiritual race was a 5-star faction, and the Life Origin sect was under its rule. He was just an ordinary elder of the Life Origin sect. He truly did not have a way for Zhao Feng to meet the prodigy of the spiritual race, Zhao Yufei. If I can't resolve this brat's problem, he'll definitely stay here and refuse to leave. Elder Yu thought to himself. Han Ning was clearly interested in Zhao Feng. If Zhao Feng stayed here, the two of them would easily get together. After all, the two of them had come to the Xiling Zone together and experienced many things together. Han Ning was also a descendant of the Eye of Life, so her appearance and demeanor were impeccable. Senior Yu, please help him, Han Ning said in a low voice. I can use my connections to let you enter the spirit race, but only as a servant disciple. After a long time, Elder Yu spoke. In a faction, the odd job disciples were just menial workers. Normally, they had no chance of coming into contact with the important figures of the spirit race. Above the servant disciples were the periphery disciples. Only by becoming a periphery disciple would one truly be considered a member of the spirit race and be protected by the spirit race. However, the spirit tribe was a 5-star faction. No matter how powerful Elder Yu's connections were, he couldn't allow an unknown person to become a peripheral disciple of the spirit tribe. Little brother, I can see that you're strong and talented. Even if you're a menial disciple, if you do well, it won't take long for you to be promoted to a periphery disciple. Elder Yu knew that the status of a menial disciple was too low. A servant disciple Zhao Feng frowned and fell into deep thought. First of all, if he became a menial disciple, he wouldn't be able to see Zhao Yufei. However, Elder Yu was right. If a menial disciple did well, he would have a chance to become a periphery disciple. If you're not willing, you can choose to wait another 80 years. In 80 years, the spirit race will recruit new disciples. With your abilities, you should be able to easily enter. Elder Yu continued. Even if he didn't say this, Zhao Feng would still be able to find out. 80 years was not a long time for cultivators. Some true gods could even go into seclusion for several hundred years at a time. Young Master Zhao, why don't you stay here for now and go to the spirit race in 80 years? At this time, Han Ning'er began to persuade Zhao Feng to stay. The status of a menial disciple was too low. No faction would care about the life or death of a menial disciple. Moreover, with how outstanding Zhao Feng was, Han Ning'er couldn't bear to make him do menial work. Then I'll have to trouble Senior Yu. I want to go to the spirit race. Zhao Feng said after thinking for a moment. 80 years was not something that Zhao Feng could wait. It would also be very difficult for him to enter the spirit race through any other means. Han Ning'er's eyes dimmed. Zhao Feng was willing to do menial work just to enter the spirit race and meet Zhao Yufei. Okay, wait a little while, and I'll arrange for you to go to the spirit race. Elder Yu rejoiced. In his view, Zhao Feng was Zhao Yufei's admirer and was doing everything in his power to meet her. Elder Yu didn't care about that. He just wanted to send off Zhao Feng as soon as possible so that Han Ning'er would forget about him. After arranging a residence for Zhao Feng and Han Ning'er, Elder Yu took his leave. Upon returning to his residence, Zhao Feng habitually returned to the space-time robe and cultivated for a while. Many rhombus-shaped, 5-colored crystals floated in front of Zhao Feng. The pure intent energy of the 5 elements permeated the air around Zhao Feng, allowing him to comprehend them. 2 of Zhao Feng's 5 elements intent had already reached level 4. Once he reached level 4 with the other 3, his 5 elements' divine power would get even stronger. After a while, the 5-colored crystals in front of him slowly dimmed, turning back into ordinary crystals. Swish! Zhao Feng took out the 3 vine fruits. These fruits contained intent energy that could help Zhao Feng increase his intent and refine his soul. Because of the technique he cultivated, some aspects of Zhao Feng were extremely powerful. However, Zhao Feng's soul intent was still stuck at the rank 3 true god level, making it difficult for it to advance any further. As a result, some of his eye bloodline techniques could not keep up with Zhao Feng's level. However, as long as Zhao Feng broke into the true god level and attained a certain rank of the heavenly divine realm, his soul intent would evolve and reach that rank. One day, Zhao Feng and Han Ning'er met. It wouldn't be long before Zhao Feng left the life origin sect for the spiritual race. On the journey to the Xiling Zone, the two had gone through thick and thin together and had become friends who could talk about anything. Zhao Feng was still rather reluctant to part with her. Who is she to you? Is she worth doing so much for? Han Ning'er curiously asked. I promised her that I would go find her. After a long while, Zhao Feng finally replied. As for Han Ning'er's first question, Zhao Feng didn't know how to answer it. I hope that you can see her soon. Han Ning'er smiled as she wished him well. Zhao Feng nodded and leisurely strolled through the Life Origin sect with Han Ning'er. The Life Origin sect was a peak 4-star faction of the Xiling Zone. Most of its members were doctors, so its status was even more special. If not for the worry of Zhao Yufei, Zhao Feng wouldn't have minded staying in this faction to cultivate and slowly develop. Several days later, Elder Yu found Zhao Feng. We can set out, Elder Yu said with a warm smile. After bidding farewell to Han Ning'er, Zhao Feng was led by the Life Origin sect elder on a journey to the spiritual race. When Zhao Feng left the Life Origin sect, a blue-clothed man stood near the Life Origin sect. His face was as white as jade, and he exuded a refined aura. This person was Zhao Feng's clone, Zhao Hui. Zhao Feng planned to have Zhao Hui stay in the Life Origin sect to cultivate the medicine Dao. On the other hand, Zhao Feng sensed that there was something off about this elder Yu. Han Ning'er possessed the Eye of Life, but ever since Han Ning'er arrived at the Life Origin sect, the Life Origin sect had shown no signs of activity. From this, one could see that Elder Yu had not reported this matter to his superiors. Thus, Zhao Feng had Zhao Hui stay here so that he could infiltrate the Life Origin sect when they recruited disciples. The spiritual race was one of the 4 5-star factions of the Xiling Zone, ruling over a quarter of the Xiling Zone's territory. Its faction naturally could not be on the outskirts of the Xiling Zone. Fortunately, with an elder of the Life Origin sect leading the way, Zhao Feng's group was able to use the teleportation arrays of 4.5-star and peak 4-star factions. After more than half a year, Zhao Feng arrived at the spiritual race. What greeted his eyes were massive crystalline mountains of various colors. Strangely, these crystalline mountains were covered in lush greenery and clear water, as well as the chirping of birds and the fragrance of flowers. It was like a crystalline paradise. What thick heaven earth, Yuan Qi. Even before entering the spiritual race, Zhao Feng's left I sensed the pure and thick heaven earth, Yuan Qi, drifting in the center of the spiritual race. Zhao Feng estimated that there was at least a high-quality god crystal vein beneath the spiritual race's territory. Of course, the area covered by a high-quality god crystal vein was definitely the core area of the spiritual race. Only the core disciples and upper echelon members of the spiritual race could use it. After a series of inspections, Zhao Feng smoothly arrived at the spiritual race. After receiving the items that a worker disciple should have, Zhao Feng became a worker disciple of the spiritual race, a 5-star faction. In the spiritual race, as long as you don't offend a core disciple. The elder of the Life Origin sect warned Zhao Feng before leaving. If Zhao Feng accidentally offended a core disciple, the group of people that had recommended him would be in big trouble. Outside the spiritual race, in the Celestial River Valley, Zhao Feng, wearing the uniform of a worker disciple, arrived near a crystalline palace. I am Zhao Feng, a worker disciple who has just arrived. Attendant Liu, please assign me a mission. Zhao Feng calmly said. As a worker disciple, there was only work to do. Go to the spirit herb area in the northwest and tend to the spirit herbs in the 4th field. After a long while, a voice came out from inside. Among the items that Zhao Feng received was a basic map of the outer regions of the spiritual race. Zhao Feng quickly arrived at the 4th field in the spirit herb area. The herbs planted here were all for the use of mystic light realms. That brat must be new. Zhao Feng's arrival attracted the attention of the other worker disciples in the spirit herb area. Many disciples shook their heads and sighed, looking at Zhao Feng with pity. At this moment, a man with thick eyebrows strode over from the 1st field in the spirit herb area. Peng Zhuo came out. It's his fault for being new. Plus, Peng Zhuo's methods aren't too rough. Some of the nearby worker disciples discussed as they watched the show. Brat, you're new, right? I'll leave the work here to you in the future. Peng Zhuo arrived in front of Zhao Feng. He was tall and muscular, 2 heads taller than Zhao Feng. Attendant Liu won't say anything if I help you? Zhao Feng asked curiously. Haha, it's fine as long as the mission is completed. Why would he care who completed it? Peng Zhuo laughed as he looked down on Zhao Feng, as if he was certain that he would win. Oh, so there's no problem finding someone else to complete the mission. Zhao Feng nodded his head. I'll leave this field to you. Take good care of it for me. Zhao Feng said before returning to a building not far away. That house was where the odd job disciples resided. Brat, what did you just say? Peng Zhuo's expression became angry as he roared, and an invisible violent aura spread. The newcomer really was new and didn't know how high heaven and earth were. He could only use methods to make him submit. It's over. This newcomer doesn't know how strong Peng Shuai is and dares to talk back to him. He'll be well behaved after I teach him a lesson. The nearby worker disciples revealed expressions as if they were watching a show. Chapter 1242. Brat, what did you just say? Peng Shuai roared with an enraged expression, and an invisible, violent aura spread. A newcomer was a newcomer and didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. He could only use methods to make him submit. Is there something wrong with your ears? Did you not hear what I just said? Zhao Feng suddenly turned around and asked curiously. Hearing that, the surrounding worker disciples laughed coldly and sighed in their hearts that Zhao Feng really didn't know what was good for him. Peng Shuai was one of the strongest worker disciples in the spirit herb district, and his cultivation had reached the late stages of the mystic light realm. You're courting death. Peng Shuai was unable to contain his anger. He circulated his mystic light, sacred power, and charged toward Zhao Feng. Peng Shuai's giant body was about to send Zhao Feng flying. Everyone seemed to hear Zhao Feng's screams and see his painful appearance. However, when Peng Shuai arrived in front of Zhao Feng, he stopped and lost all of his momentum. What's going on? Why isn't Peng Shuai attacking? A nearby worker disciple exclaimed in surprise. However, only Peng Shuai knew that it wasn't that he didn't want to attack, but that he couldn't. In front of Zhao Feng, his bloodline and sacred power were frozen. He couldn't circulate them, and even his soul was restricted. He couldn't do anything. What made him even more terrified was that Zhao Feng didn't seem to be doing anything at all. All he did was look at him quietly with a faint smile on his face. How is this possible? What cultivation is this person at? Peng Shuai howled in his heart. However, he suddenly realized that he couldn't even make a sound without Zhao Feng's permission. Peng Shuai became even more terrified, and his eyes started to tremble as he looked at Zhao Feng. I'll leave all my missions to you. Listen up this time. Zhao Feng slowly spoke at this moment before turning around and walking into the wooden room. Peng Shuai felt like a heavy burden had been lifted off his chest after Zhao Feng left, and he collapsed onto the ground. What's going on? Peng Shuai didn't attack. This new person seems to be very strong. Some worker disciples were surprised that Peng Shuai didn't attack, but those with sharp eyes could tell that Zhao Feng wasn't normal. They had to be careful in the future and not offend Zhao Feng. No matter how well a worker disciple performed, it would take a while before they could become a periphery disciple, and thus Zhao Feng could not be in too much of a rush. After returning to his room, he immediately began to cultivate. Zhao Feng started to cultivate the 5 elemental wind lightning technique and the golden Kuan sacred lightning body out of habit. Secondly, he started to study the space-time ocular techniques, spatial lock eyes, and space-time seal. Although Zhao Feng had started to comprehend the spatial lock eye a long time ago, he had never focused on it, so he wasn't able to fully utilize its power. As for the space-time seal, it was a high-class divine-level eye bloodline technique that Zhao Feng had yet to cultivate. Space intent had reached level 4 a long time ago, but time intent was still at level 1, and he was still a distance away from level 2. Zhao Feng had long ago reached level 4 in space intent, but the higher level time intent was still at level 1, still some distance away from level 2. This I've already done, as you said, and taken good care of this land. Peng Shuai immediately ran over to Zhao Feng and said respectfully. Peng Shuai immediately ran up to Zhao Feng and respectfully said. They hadn't expected Peng Shuai to actually do as Zhao Feng said and take good care of this spirit herb land. They hadn't expected Peng Shuai to really do as Zhao Feng said and take good care of this spirit herb land. When Zhao Feng came out, Peng Shuai reported the situation to his boss like a little brother. Well done, Zhao Feng said simply before leaving. Every month, the worker disciples had to submit missions to their superiors and receive the corresponding rewards based on the completion of the missions. I'm not bad. Deacon Lu took out some rewards and gave them to Zhao Feng. He knew the situation in the spirit herb area like the back of his hand. This time, Deacon Lu inspected Zhao Feng. However, under close inspection, Deacon Lu found that he couldn't see through Zhao Feng at all. Deacon Lu, I want to take some more missions, Zhao Feng said with a smile. Zhao Feng then took 4 missions from Deacon Lu. After returning to the spirit herb area, Zhao Feng handed the rewards he had just received to Peng Zhuo. Inside were some mystic light realm cultivation resources and primal crystal stones, but they were like trash to Zhao Feng. He wouldn't even be able to put them in his interspatial dimension. Zhao Feng then went to the corresponding areas for the other 4 missions. Looking around, Zhao Feng found a random worker disciple and released a wisp of pressure to make the others submit and work for him willingly. After doing all this, Zhao Feng returned to his residence and began to cultivate. What Zhao Feng didn't know was that his actions had already incurred the wrath of the worker disciples in the spirit herb area and the nearby areas. In secret, the worker disciples of these areas gathered together and prepared to work together against Zhao Feng. In their view, Zhao Feng was just a worker disciple who had just arrived, but his actions were too domineering. Just as they were secretly discussing, a cry of surprise came from outside. Sherwainon has returned! Soon, a well-proportioned man with a handsome face and a pair of cold eyes walked in. The odd job disciples, who were secretly discussing, were immediately shocked and stopped talking. This Sherwainon was the #1 worker disciple in the entire Ice River Valley, and his cultivation had reached the demigod level. Apparently, he had come to the spiritual race as a worker disciple in order to become a periphery disciple through good performance. Some time ago, he had gone out with a periphery disciple to complete a mission. Now that he had returned, he believed that it wouldn't be long before he could leave the ranks of the workers and become a periphery disciple of the spiritual race. Boss, sure, you're finally back. There's a new worker disciple here recently, and he's very arrogant. Peng Zhuo immediately embellished Zhao Feng's actions and then told Sherwainon about them. Could it be that this person doesn't care about me? Sherwainon's eyes narrowed, and the surrounding temperature dropped a few degrees. Seeing that Sherwainon had decided to make a move, all the worker disciples present grew excited. Every day, someone would keep an eye on Zhao Feng's room. As soon as Zhao Feng appeared, they would inform the others. But Zhao Feng didn't care about anything else. He only thought about submitting his mission in a month and then accepting a few more missions. Thus, during this month, Zhao Feng wholeheartedly devoted himself to cultivation. A month later, dozens of worker disciples had gathered in front of Zhao Feng's room. Their leader was Sherwainon, and the few other odd job disciples around him were all outstanding ones. Peng Zhuo was one of them. It's been a month, and that kid still hasn't come out. Could it be that he knows we're going to deal with him and is hiding inside? Behind them, some of the worker disciples who were waiting to watch a good show discussed animatedly. Zhao Feng, hurry up and come out. Worker disciples must report their missions to Attendant Lu every month. At this moment, Sherwainon, who was at the very front, suddenly shouted. This voice contained a powerful aura and soul strength, and it rumbled out. The room that Zhao Feng was in immediately began to creak. At the same time, the wooden door to Zhao Feng's room was pushed open. You're Zhao Feng? Sherwainon stared coldly at Zhao Feng, a hint of a playful sneer on his face. To everyone's surprise, Zhao Feng's expression was cold as he walked towards Sherwainon. At first, Sherwainon didn't sense anything, but as Zhao Feng approached, his expression changed dramatically. When Zhao Feng arrived in front of Sherwainon, his entire body was restrained. He couldn't move, and he couldn't even make a sound. The other worker disciples behind Sherwainon were all in the same situation. They stood rooted to the ground like stone statues, their eyes filled with shock. Peng Zhuo was in a miserable state. He'd thought that with so many people in Sherwainon, they would be able to deal with Zhao Feng. But the result was the same. Before Zhao Feng, everyone lost control of their bodies. How is this possible? Sure, Waynon was incomparably shocked. He struggled with all his might, but discovered that everything he did was futile. If there's a next time, I'll kill you without mercy. Zhao Feng's gaze swept over the crowd as he coldly declared. Although his last 3 words were spoken very softly, they were like icicles stabbing into everyone's hearts. Zhao Feng didn't want to expose too much of himself, but if he didn't teach these people a lesson they wouldn't forget, they might come back to make trouble for him. For this reason, Zhao Feng needed to fiercely intimidate them. Zhao Feng left and headed for Attendant Lu's residence. This Zhao Feng is so strong. If he's so strong, why did he come here to be a worker disciple? After Zhao Feng left, everyone sat paralyzed on the ground and began to whisper to each other. This time, when Zhao Feng arrived at Attendant Lu's palace, Attendant Lu was already standing in the hall, seemingly waiting for Zhao Feng. You should be a powerful quasi-god. Why did you come to the spiritual race to be a worker disciple? Attendant Lu's expression was dignified. If I want to enter the spiritual race, I can only start as a worker disciple. Zhao Feng told the truth. He didn't want to offend Attendant Lu. If he wanted to become a periphery disciple, he needed Attendant Lu's recommendation. As long as you perform well, you can become a periphery disciple in less than half a year. Attendant Lu gave a slight nod, a hint of pride in his eyes. A quasi-god with such potential had come to the spiritual race to be a worker disciple in order to climb up and become a periphery disciple. As a member of the spiritual race, Attendant Lu was extremely proud. I also want to ask Attendant Lu about someone. Zhao Feng suddenly said. Oh, Attendant Lu was taken aback. It seemed that this was Zhao Feng's goal. I want to ask about the spiritual races, Zhao Yufei. Zhao Feng said bluntly. Attendant Lu was taken aback, and then he seemed to think of something and began to laugh. You didn't come to the spiritual race to be a worker disciple because of Zhao Yufei, did you? Attendant Lu asked with a smile. Among the women of the spiritual race, Zhao Yufei was undoubtedly number 1 in both beauty and talent. She was the goddess in the hearts of all the workers and periphery disciples, and she had countless suitors throughout the Xiling Zone. At this time, Attendant Lu believed that Zhao Feng was one of Zhao Yufei's admirers, perhaps even one of them. Even so, Attendant Lu still somewhat admired Zhao Feng. He had not hesitated to become a worker disciple and start from scratch, just so he could get close to Zhao Yufei. You can say that. Zhao Feng gave a non-committal reply. Attendant Lu smiled, indicating that he understood. Who wouldn't fall in love with a beauty like Zhao Yufei? Moreover, it was young men like Zhao Feng who were the most impulsive and capable of doing anything. Attendant Lu then told Zhao Feng everything he knew about Zhao Yufei. As Zhao Feng listened attentively, he gained a better understanding of Zhao Yufei's situation in the spiritual race. The two chatted for a long time before Zhao Feng left. I didn't think that Zhao Yufei's status in the spiritual race would be so high. Zhao Feng chuckled. He had always underestimated Zhao Yufei's spiritual race bloodline and its rarity. The spiritual race had countless people, but true members of the spiritual race were extremely rare. 99% of the spiritual race's population were either recruited members of other races or subordinate factions. Just as Zhao Feng was preparing to return to his residence, his god spiritual, I suddenly caught a trace of bloodline energy. The energy of the spiritual race bloodline. Startled, Zhao Feng flew in a certain direction based on his perception. Chapter 1243. After spending some time with Zhao Yufei, Zhao Feng remembered the aura of the spiritual race bloodline. The first thought that came to Zhao Feng's mind when he sensed this aura was, could this person be Zhao Yufei? If this were the continent zone, Zhao Feng would be certain that this person was Zhao Yufei, but this was the spiritual race, and there were quite a few people with the spiritual race bloodline. Relying on the aura of the bloodline, Zhao Feng quickly distanced himself from the region of the Ice River Valley. Gradually, a woman with a translucent body that glowed with the luster of white glass appeared in Zhao Feng's vision. This woman had a pure and beautiful appearance, and when combined with the characteristics of the spiritual race bloodline, she seemed even more noble and beautiful. But at this moment, this woman was pouting, her eyebrows furrowed. She seemed to be in a terrible mood. Several youths of various races clustered around this woman. "Qingying, where do you want to go?" "I'll take you there." One of them, a bewitching youth with a gentle expression and a white jade fan in his hand, said with a smile. In the distance, Zhao Feng stared at this group of people. This woman clearly had the spiritual race bloodline, and the youths around her had extraordinary cultivation. They were probably the quasi-god geniuses of a subordinate faction of the spiritual race. If it were these people, they would definitely be able to get in touch with Zhao Yufei, especially that person with the spiritual race bloodline. However, his current status was too low, so these people might not pay any attention to him. But if these people were willing to help Zhao Feng deliver message, then Zhao Feng might be able to directly meet Zhao Yufei. As Zhao Feng was thinking, the spiritual race woman looked at Zhao Feng and couldn't help but smile smugly. In her view, Zhao Feng was definitely attracted by her beauty, which was why he was staring at her in a daze. In addition, although Zhao Feng was dressed as a worker disciple, his appearance and demeanor were extremely outstanding, not losing to the youths around her. "You, come here!" Wei Qingying suddenly stopped and pointed at Zhao Feng. Zhao Feng was slightly taken aback. He was just thinking about whether or not he should approach these people and have them deliver a message to Zhao Yufei. But this woman with the spirit race bloodline had actually taken the initiative to approach him. "Qingying, why are you looking for a servant?" The demonic youth glanced coldly at Zhao Feng and said. Zhao Feng immediately flew over to Wei Qingying. "Who do you think is the most beautiful in the entire spirit tribe?" Wei Qingying's expression was coquettish as she asked softly with a trace of the gentleness of a young girl. The surrounding geniuses knew what Wei Qingying was going to do. Before Zhao Yufei came to the spiritual race, the number one beauty of the spiritual race was quasi-god Luoyu, and Wei Qingying was the person at quasi-god Luoyu's side. But ever since Zhao Yufei came to the spiritual race, her bloodline had been constantly stimulated, and her talent for cultivation was on full display. Coupled with her fairy-like appearance, she gradually replaced quasi-god Luoyu as the goddess in the hearts of the men of the spiritual race. However, Zhao Yufei was an outsider, so the members of the spiritual race in the ancient, desolate realm of gods all felt a certain aversion toward her. Moreover, Zhao Yufei was extremely talented and beautiful, which made her the envy and jealousy of some of the female disciples of the spiritual race. Unfortunately, this morning, when Wei Qingying was talking about Zhao Yufei behind her back, she ran into Wei Qingying and was reprimanded. This, Zhao Feng was stunned for a few moments. He had never imagined that this spiritual race woman would seek him out to ask him this question. "Speak." The bewitching man next to Wei Qingying coldly barked. Everyone knew that Wei Qingying was the person at quasi-god Luoyu's side. As long as the servant didn't say that the most beautiful was Zhao Yufei, anything else was fine. But in order to curry favor with Wei Qingying, it was best to say quasi-god Luoyu in this sort of situation. "Of course it's you, miss," Zhao Feng said with a smile. Zhao Feng knew nothing about the spiritual race. Of all the women in the spiritual race, the only one he recognized was Zhao Yufei. However, Zhao Feng could tell that this spiritual race woman was in a fit of anger. Thus, if he said this, he should be able to please her. He. Wei Qingying chuckled softly as soon as she said this. She originally believed that this servant would say that quasi-god Luoyu was the most beautiful, but she was the one he said. Although she knew that Zhao Feng wasn't telling the truth, Wei Qingying was still very happy to hear it. The young geniuses on the side looked disdainfully at Zhao Feng. Even if the goddess in Zhao Feng's heart was Zhao Yufei, in order to not offend Wei Qingying, He only needed to say quasi-god Luoyu. But Zhao Feng actually said that Wei Qingying was the most beautiful. This made them feel that Zhao Feng was rather shameless. Your cultivation isn't bad, and your performance isn't bad. In a little while, I'll have them promote you to periphery disciple. Wei Qingying's mood improved, and she instantly found everything she saw pleasing to the eye. At this moment, as she examined Zhao Feng, she realized that Zhao Feng was even more handsome than the other youths present. There was also the aloofness between his brows, his naturally beautiful golden hair. All of this made her eyes light up. Wei Qingying's expression caused the youths present to turn cold as they stared at Zhao Feng. They were all geniuses from vassal factions of the spiritual race or factions under the jurisdiction of the spiritual race. They knew that they could not reach the level of geniuses of the spiritual race like Zhao Yufei or quasi-god Luoyu, so they set their sights on the less talented spiritual race women. After all, the spiritual race was ranked 19th among the ancient races. Combining with this bloodline would not only advance their cultivation, it would also benefit their descendants. Many thanks. Zhao Feng was somewhat delighted. Even if he performed well, it would have taken some time for him to become a periphery disciple. But now that Wei Qingying was happy, she immediately promised that she would promote Zhao Feng to periphery disciple. Qingying, where do you want to go? I'll accompany you. The young geniuses around Wei Qingying saw that she was in a good mood and immediately went up to curry favor with her. Okay. Wei Qingying was in a good mood and was prepared to go out for a stroll. Please wait. At this moment, Zhao Feng suddenly spoke. Wei Qingying was in a very good mood, and she had a very good impression of Zhao Feng. Perhaps if Zhao Feng asked her to deliver a letter, he would agree. For this reason, Zhao Feng called out to Wei Qingying. Servant, what are you saying? The bewitching man next to Wei Qingying rebuked in surprise. He had long since grown impatient with Zhao Feng. A measly worker, disciple, dared to speak to the person he was pursuing in such a manner? What's the matter? Wei Qingying truly had a good impression of Zhao Feng, so she did not mind Zhao Feng's lowly status. I'd like to ask you for a favor. Could you please deliver a letter to Zhao Yufei for me? Zhao Feng ignored the young geniuses and spoke. However, as soon as he finished speaking, Wei Qingying and the young geniuses next to her were stunned. The place fell into a dead silence. A moment later, a young man broke the silence with a cold laugh. Following this, the young geniuses burst out laughing and glanced at Zhao Feng with pitiful looks. Crap! Zhao Feng had a bad feeling. There was something wrong with the expressions of these people, and Wei Qingying. You're trying to contact Zhao Yufei? Wei Qingying's smile vanished and was replaced by a creepy smile. Before Zhao Feng could speak, Wei Qingying continued. It seems like you're Zhao Yufei's pursuer. However, a mere worker-disciple like you dares to approach Zhao Yufei? But don't worry, I'll tell Zhao Yufei that a worker-disciple from the spirit tribe is trying to woo her. Wei Qingying's expression was cold, a sinister smile on her face. Whoosh! Wei Qingying returned. Haha, brat, you really don't know the difference between life and death. A young man said with a smile of schadenfreude. Although your cultivation isn't bad, you can forget about becoming a periphery disciple for the rest of your life, much less meeting Zhao Yufei. The bewitching youth with the feather fan threw down these words with a haughty expression before chasing after Wei Qingying. Zhao Feng knew that Wei Qingying probably didn't have a good relationship with Zhao Yufei in the spirit tribe. She probably wanted to use this matter to ridicule Zhao Yufei. However, if this could make Zhao Yufei notice Zhao Feng, that wouldn't be a bad thing. But what Zhao Feng didn't know was that, in the Xiling Zone, Zhao Yufei had far too many pursuers, so many that they couldn't be counted. Moreover, Zhao Yufei herself seemed to have someone else's heart and didn't care about these pursuers. After returning to Celestial River Valley, Zhao Feng passed down the mission he had just received from Attendant Lu. At present, Zhao Feng was the boss of the worker disciples of Celestial River Valley. If he received a mission, he would naturally have subordinates to help him complete it. Zhao Feng returned to his room and entered seclusion. What he didn't know was that on the next day, the news that he admired and pursued Zhao Yufei had spread throughout the spiritual race. Those true prodigies pursuing Zhao Yufei disdainfully laughed, treating it as a joke. But the periphery disciples of the spiritual race and the worker disciples of other regions had come out of admiration, wanting to take a look at this pursuer of Zhao Feng's. One day, while Zhao Feng was cultivating in the space-time robe, he sensed powerful spiritual senses and even divine senses sweeping over his residence. Swish! Zhao Feng left the space-time robe. Those with divine senses were basically all quasi-gods or true gods, so they naturally couldn't be worker disciples. Why are there so many people here? Zhao Feng was rather surprised. Worker disciples did not receive any protection from the spiritual race. Even if they were disturbed in the middle of their cultivation, no one would care. And there was no need to even mention the fact that there were quasi-gods who had come to disturb Zhao Feng. Zhao Feng walked out of his room. Zhao Feng came out. The moment Zhao Feng came out, someone cried out in alarm. Many of the nearby worker disciples immediately turned to Zhao Feng. At the same time, several arrogant youths appeared in the sky. These people all had extraordinary bloodlines and powerful cultivations. This is the person who had Wei Qingying help him get in touch with Zhao Yufei? A burly man with the back of a tiger and the waist of a bear was chatting with the person next to him. He's not bad-looking, and his cultivation isn't bad. He's just a bit lacking in intelligence. A mere worker disciple dares to look at Zhao Yufei. A green-skinned youth next to him coldly jeered without the slightest trace of politeness. Next to Shi Weinan stood a long-faced youth dressed in the robe of an outer sect disciple. It's him. Shi Weinan whispered a few words into his ear. Humph, a toad lusting after swan meat. Today I'll teach you a lesson. The long-faced youth strode toward Zhao Feng. Shi Weinan had once asked him to teach a lesson to a worker disciple. But coincidentally, the person Shi Weinan had asked him to teach a lesson was the worker disciple who had made quite a stir a few days ago, the one who wanted to pursue Zhao Yufei. The long-faced young man's interest was piqued. Chapter 1244. Shi Weinan gloomily glared at Zhao Feng. Not too long ago, Zhao Feng had caused him to lose all face in front of many worker disciples. At that time, Shi Weinan had begun to contact his periphery disciples and have them teach Zhao Feng a lesson. On one hand, he could redeem his own face, and on the other, he could intimidate all the worker disciples. The long-faced youth was a rank 1 quasi-god, a periphery disciple of the spiritual race. The nearby periphery disciples that had come out of admiration saw that the long-faced youth was about to attack, so they stopped talking and waited to watch the show. Today, I'll let you experience the power of a periphery disciple. The long-faced youth surged with divine power as he transformed into a streak of white light and flashed to Zhao Feng's side. Boom! The long-faced youth fiercely swung his fist, and a crystalline fist of divine power rumbled forward. Look, that's divine power. A periphery disciple is so strong. The surrounding worker disciples stared at the long-faced youth, unable to conceal the envy and awe in their eyes. Whoosh! Hiss! Just when the long-faced youth's fist was about to strike Zhao Feng, Zhao Feng's entire body flashed with lightning as he dodged to the side. That brat actually dodged it. The muscular man was taken aback. Ha! For that brat to dominate the worker disciples. He definitely has some strength, a green-skinned man said with a wicked smile. In his view, Zhao Feng was probably a quasi-god. Otherwise, no matter how skilled he was, he would not have been able to dodge the long-faced youth's attack. Failing his first attack, the long-faced youth immediately swung his fists at Zhao Feng. There was a massive boom as countless streaks of white light smashed into the crystalline ground, leaving several shallow holes in it. However, The long-faced youth never managed to land a blow on Zhao Feng. "Brat, do you only know how to dodge?" The long-faced youth angrily bellowed. As a periphery disciple, he had taken the initiative to provoke a worker disciple. If he failed to gain any advantage, what face would he have left to remain a periphery disciple? "Then I'll fulfill your wish." Zhao Feng's eyes focused. Rumble. With a loud bang, Zhao Feng flashed directly behind the long-faced youth and punched out. The long-faced young man was caught off guard and was sent flying several feet away by Zhao Feng's punch, falling heavily to the ground. Silence reigned. No one had expected that Zhao Feng would defeat a periphery disciple right off the bat. You ambushed me." The long-faced young man blushed and suddenly shouted. Being defeated by an odd job disciple in one move was too shameful, so he could only say this. That's right, it was Zhao Feng who launched a sneak attack. Otherwise, how could he have defeated an outsider? Sure, Wei Nan immediately agreed. Everyone could see that Zhao Feng was too fast. He flashed behind the long-faced youth and then defeated him. Gradually, everyone was convinced by this reason. "Brother Qin, brother Zhao, let's capture this shameless villain together." Seeing that the people around him believed his words, the long-faced young man asked the other disciples for help. Regardless of whether Zhao Feng had launched a sneak attack or not, the power of the punch just now was very strong. Therefore, the long-faced young man believed that he was no match for Zhao Feng. However, no matter what method he used, he had to defeat Zhao Feng today. "All right." The green-skinned young man responded and directly rushed down. "Humph, a mere odd job disciple dares to be so arrogant." The burly young man shouted and pressed down on Zhao Feng like a huge mountain. The two of them had long disliked Zhao Feng. Now that Zhao Feng had defeated the long-faced young man, who was also a periphery disciple like them, they were even more displeased. 3 periphery disciples attacked at the same time. "A odd job," disciple exclaimed. No matter how strong Zhao Feng was, he should have been defeated this time. There were some periphery disciples nearby who felt a little embarrassed when they saw the scene. They lowered their heads and prepared to leave. It was too embarrassing for 3 periphery disciples to attack an odd job disciple. In their view, Zhao Feng's defeat was assured, so there was no need to keep watching. However, before they could leave, they heard a few shrill screams. What surprised them was that this scream seemed to come from a familiar periphery disciple. Zhao Feng moved like a bolt of lightning, weaving back and forth in the encirclement of the 3. Bang! With one punch, the long-faced young man was sent flying again. With another punch, the burly young man fell to the ground. And then there was the final punch. The 3 periphery disciples were all slumped to the ground. At this moment, everyone was frozen to the spot, their eyes filled with shock. This included the 3 periphery disciples that Zhao Feng had defeated, all of them in disbelief. Of the 3, 2 were rank 1 quasi-gods, and 1 was a rank 1 true god. To be able to so easily defeat the 3 of them, one had to be a top-class, rank 2 quasi-god at the very least. But how could Zhao Feng possess such strength? While they were still in shock, Zhao Feng moved, walking toward the long-faced youth. No, the long-faced youth was just about to say something when he saw Zhao Feng's foot kick at him. He wanted to block, but he was powerless to do so. The mountainous weight of the kick sent him flying back several dozen feet before he came to a stop. Zhao Feng then walked up to the burly youth and gave him another kick, shattering many of his bones. Finally, Zhao Feng arrived in front of the green-skinned youth. "You dare? You dare to injure me? Don't you know my cousin? Ah." The green-skinned youth had a sinister expression as he threatened Zhao Feng, but Zhao Feng's foot continued to press down on him. After this kick, Zhao Feng kicked him again. Only when the hatred in the youth's eyes disappeared did Zhao Feng stop. "Now you can scram," Zhao Feng coldly barked. The surrounding worker disciples immediately scattered, and the periphery disciples left. The surroundings of Zhao Feng's room finally quieted down. This won't do. As a worker disciple, there's no privacy to speak of. Zhao Feng's eyes were silent. While he was cultivating, the divine senses of these quasi-gods and true gods had recklessly swept through his room. If these people's divine senses were just a little stronger, they might have been able to discover the secret of Zhao Feng's space-time robe. It's time to use a few tricks, Zhao Feng softly muttered. Zhao Feng then walked toward Attendant Lu's palace. At this moment, Attendant Lu was standing at the door, his expression dignified as he gazed at Zhao Feng. You shouldn't have injured periphery disciples, especially that Zhao Hongyi, Attendant Lu coldly rebuked. Although Zhao Feng's performance just now was astonishing, Zhao Feng had injured these periphery disciples, so they would definitely come back. The Zhao Hongyi that Attendant Lu spoke of was that green-skinned youth, his cousin, an outstanding inner disciple. The highest level of the spiritual race disciples was the core disciples. These people usually had the spiritual race bloodline or were extremely outstanding geniuses of their factions. Below them were the inner disciples. Although the inner disciples were not as strong as the core disciples, some of the inner disciples were even stronger than the core disciples. Deacon Lu originally wanted to promote Zhao Feng to a periphery disciple in a few months, but it looked like that was impossible now. I also had no choice. If I didn't beat them back, the three of them might have killed me. Zhao Feng revealed a helpless expression as his golden eye stared at Attendant Lu, a violet gold, mist rising from it. A moment later, a hint of confusion appeared in Attendant Lu's eyes, and when he looked at Zhao Feng again, there was a hint of pity in his eyes. Attendant Lu, I want to become a periphery disciple. Only then will I have the power to protect myself and not cause you any trouble. As Zhao Feng stared at Attendant Lu, the mist in his left eye thickened. A profound soul energy began to seep into Attendant Lu's mind. Attendant Lu was just an attendant in charge of managing the worker disciples. He was only a rank 2 true god, so he was powerless against Zhao Feng's illusions. Of course, Zhao Feng was only confusing and guiding Attendant Lu. He did not completely control him in order to avoid being discovered. That's all I can do. Attendant Lu nodded his head. Many thanks, Attendant Lu. Zhao Feng smiled as he left the palace and returned to his hut. As expected, the news that Zhao Feng had defeated periphery disciples quickly spread through the spiritual race. Some periphery disciples almost charged over to kill Zhao Feng. But when they learned that Zhao Feng had easily defeated 3 periphery disciples, they fell silent. Perhaps only the top 3 periphery disciples could deal with Zhao Feng. Not long after, an even more astonishing piece of news began to spread among the periphery disciples. This month, Zhao Feng was promoted to periphery disciple. Many periphery disciples were discussing how to deal with Zhao Feng, because the spiritual race would not care about the life or death of a worker disciple. But now, Zhao Feng had become a periphery disciple. As this matter grew larger and larger, it finally attracted the attention of quite a few inner disciples. Among the inner disciples, more than 70% of the male disciples were Zhao Yufei's pursuers. A person who, in order to pursue Zhao Yufei, had not hesitated to become a worker disciple and then worked hard to become a periphery disciple. This naturally aroused their interest. One day, Zhao Feng moved to the periphery disciple residence. Periphery disciples had their own palace, and the heaven-earth yuan qi here was more than twice as dense as in the worker disciple area. Only by becoming a periphery disciple could one truly be considered a member of the spiritual race and receive its protection. It's this person who defeated 3 periphery disciples. He should be a genius from another faction of the Xiling Zone. In order to pursue Zhao Yufei, he was willing to become a worker disciple. With his strength, it's not strange for him to be promoted to periphery disciple. Some nearby periphery disciples commented on Zhao Feng. Zhao Feng ignored these people and walked towards his palace. At this time, cries of surprise came from in front of Zhao Feng. Big Brother Pan Hao, How come Big Brother Pan, how has the time to come here? Many of the periphery disciples greeted a young man respectfully. Zhao Feng looked over. This person was dressed in the robes of an inner disciple. His nose was rather flat, his eyes and mouth were rather large, and his skin was glossy. He looked somewhat comical. This inner disciple, called Pan Hao, stared at Zhao Feng as he slowly walked over. You must be that Zhao Feng. Pan Hao put on an expression of great interest in Zhao Feng and directly asked, I've just become a periphery disciple, and an inner disciple is already looking for me? Zhao Feng was somewhat surprised. In the spiritual race, the status of an inner disciple was extremely high. Zhao Feng had just become a periphery disciple, so he did not want to cause too much of a ruckus. But if an inner disciple really wanted to attack him, Zhao Feng would not be polite. Haha, boy, you're really interesting. Bold and crazy enough. I, Pan Hao, am ashamed of my inferiority. Pan Hao suddenly laughed, praise in his eyes. Zhao Feng was startled. This situation was different from what he had imagined. The nearby periphery disciples also thought that Pan Hao had come to make trouble for Zhao Feng, but when they heard this, their jaws dropped. Pan Hao followed Zhao Feng to Zhao Feng's new residence. Although I admire your boldness and courage, you have no hope of pursuing Zhao Yufei. Pan Hao straightforwardly said, his tone serious and without any hint of mockery. You don't know, but almost all the outstanding inner disciples of the spiritual race pursue Zhao Yufei. Of course, they also don't have the chance. The only people who truly have a chance of obtaining Zhao Yufei are the core disciples. That's right. I heard that you crippled Zhao Hongyi, and his cousin is an outstanding inner disciple with a rank for true God cultivation. Chapter 1245. Zhao Hongyi was the green-skinned youth who had been defeated by Zhao Feng a few days ago. His cousin was a well-known figure amongst the inner disciples. He had long since broken into the true God realm and was already a rank 4 true God. Why are you telling me all this? Zhao Feng bluntly asked. Zhao Feng was extremely puzzled by the fact that Pan Hao, an inner disciple, had come to find him of his own accord and even said so many words of advice. As a quasi-god genius, you didn't hesitate to start as a worker disciple in order to pursue Zhao Yufei. I truly admire your actions. You should truly like Zhao Yufei. Pan Hao sternly said. Secondly, you've offended Zhao Hongyi's cousin, Zhao Lanyi. Among the inner disciples, Zhao Lanyi and I stand on opposite sides. I also came to see if you have any hope of joining our side. Pan Hao revealed his second reason. The struggle between inner disciples was extremely intense because it concerned their chances of becoming a core disciple. If Zhao Feng had the strength and potential to become an inner disciple, then Pan Hao needed to pull Zhao Feng over to his side. Zhao Feng nodded. It seemed that Pan Hao had not come to find him by chance. However, he couldn't be bothered to care about the struggle between the inner disciples of the spiritual race. Then what about you? Aren't you one of Zhao Yufei's pursuers? Zhao Feng curiously asked. I guess so. Pan Hao thought for a while before replying. Who didn't love a prodigy or a beautiful woman? However, Pan Hao knew that he couldn't obtain Zhao Yufei's favor, so he didn't want to get involved. However, his father urged him every day to pursue Zhao Yufei. He said that no one could say for sure what fate was, and that perhaps Zhao Yufei had taken a liking to his son. Pan Hao had no choice but to put on an act and become one of Zhao Yufei's pursuers. Pan Hao, you're an inner disciple. Can you help me pass a message to Zhao Yufei? Zhao Feng suddenly thought of something and said directly, I'm sorry, but I'm not that great among the inner disciples. It's impossible for Zhao Yufei to see me. Pan Hao chuckled. He was still thinking about how Zhao Feng still hadn't given up after he had said so much. Zhao Feng lowered his head. It seemed that he had underestimated Zhao Yufei's status among the astrals. With your current status, you might not even be able to see Zhao Yufei once in a few decades. However, Pan Hao smiled, keeping Zhao Feng in suspense. But what? Zhao Feng's heart skipped a beat. Pan Hao seemed to have an idea. However, recently a portion of the core disciples of the spirit tribe have invited many core disciples and inner disciples to a gathering, Pan Hao replied with a smile. Zhao Feng knew that Zhao Yufei was definitely one of the core disciples. Brother Pan, bring me there. Zhao Feng's expression flickered as he immediately said, I think that it's best if you don't go. This gathering is actually going to be hosted by quasi-god Luo Yu and Zhao Yufei. These are two great beauties of the spiritual race, and almost all of their suitors will be there. Pan Hao advised. Zhao Feng's reputation had already spread to the inner disciples. If Zhao Feng really came, he would definitely be targeted. Zhao Feng said nothing, but his eyes were fixed on Pan Hao. You really want to go? Zhao Feng did not have the right to participate in this gathering. Even if Pan Hao didn't tell Zhao Feng would definitely find out about such a major event. Moreover, Zhao Feng was a madman who was probably capable of anything. I can take you there, but you absolutely can't do anything when the time comes. Pan Hao warned Zhao Feng. As long as he brought Zhao Feng to broaden his horizons, there would be no problem if Zhao Feng didn't cause any trouble. Pan Hao and Zhao Feng chatted for a while about the contents of the gathering. Around midnight, Pan Hao left Zhao Feng's residence. Right, you can relax. Zhao Lani is currently in seclusion and won't make trouble for you in the near future. Use this time to make good use of the periphery disciples' cultivation resources and increase your strength. Pan Hao reminded him before he left. He could see that Zhao Feng had hidden himself very deeply and was probably not weak, so he could join their side. However, Zhao Lani was a rank 4 true god. Zhao Feng was definitely no match for him, so Pan Hao gave him a warning. After Pan Hao left, Zhao Feng began to seclude himself. After becoming a periphery disciple, no one could recklessly disturb Zhao Feng while he was in seclusion, much less use their divine senses to probe him. 1 month later, Zhao Feng left the palace. Periphery disciples did not need to do any cleaning, but they had to take on a small mission each month. Depending on the difficulty of the mission, they would receive a corresponding reward and contribution points. The mission hall would have many new missions every day, ranging in difficulty from demigod to rank 7 ancient god. All the disciples of the race could choose from these missions. The missions here could not only be used for training, but also for rewards and contribution points. At this moment, a powerful ripple of divine power came from the distance. All the disciples around the mission hall couldn't help but look over. That's Zhao Feng's eyes were focused on a group of 3 riding an extremely fast-flying Yao god toward the mission hall. The spiritual race had a rule that normal disciples could not ride flying mounts in the spiritual race. That's a core disciple of the spiritual race. Someone called out in alarm. 2 of the 3 people on the flying mount had the spiritual race bloodline. How flashy! A female disciple's eyes rippled as she gazed at the youth at the very front of the flying mount. This youth had an appearance that even women would be jealous of, and his spiritual race body made him seem even more handsome and noble. But at this moment, this youth's eyes were focused on Zhao Feng. It's him. The youth who was the center of attention spoke at the same time as Zhao Feng. Yuan Long, you recognize this periphery disciple? A girl with a pure face next to Yuan Long asked in surprise. Ha! I didn't think that you would come here. Yuan Long couldn't help but smile. When he followed his master to the continent zone and took away Zhao Yufei, he truly did look down on Zhao Feng. But now, Zhao Feng was able to rely on his own abilities to come to the spiritual race and become a periphery disciple. This was proof that Zhao Feng wasn't that stupid. Everyone around the mission hall was stunned. The majority of them recognized Zhao Feng. He was the quasi-god who had started out as a worker disciple in order to pursue Zhao Yufei. But they had never imagined that Zhao Feng would know Yuan Long, a core disciple of the spiritual race and a true genius of the race. However, the current you is even less worthy of Junior's sister, Yufei, Yuan Long calmly said. He ignored Zhao Feng and walked straight into the mission hall. The surrounding crowd was in an uproar. It seemed that this Zhao Feng had been pursuing Zhao Yufei for a long time. This kid has probably been pursuing Zhao Yufei for a very long time. He's just a toad lusting after swan meat. The nearby disciples couldn't help but discuss. After a long time, Yuan Long and the other two people collected their rewards and walked out of the hall. Yuan Long gave Zhao Feng an extremely indifferent glance before leaving. The pure, spiritual race girl looked at Zhao Feng with a smirk as she walked to his side. There's only a few more days until the conference. You must be there, the spiritual race girl said as she walked closer. Zhao Feng smelled the fragrance of a woman, and an item appeared in his hand. The spiritual race girl sent him an invitation as she quietly placed it in his hand. Zhao Feng gripped the invitation in shock as he watched the spiritual race girl leave.